Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I took a job as a hotel bellhop, but guests on the 9th floor never check out is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first thing I noticed was that the service elevator had stopped on 9 by itself, not with a dramatic jerk, or a flicker of lights, or anything you could point to later and make sound interesting. It was just there on the little brass indicator above the doors. 9, glowing soft amber, in the dim hallway behind the lobby desk, even though I had just sent it down empty from the mezzanine with a luggage cart and 2 garment bags inside. I stood with one hand on the rail of the cart, listening to the cables settle somewhere in the wall. From behind the doors came 3 polite little chimes, spaced out like someone pressing the button from the inside. Ding, 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 then nothing. I'm Caleb Rusk, 26, male, from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And at that point, I had been a bellhop at the Hotel Leander for 6 days. Not even a full week. Long enough to learn which luggage carts had bad wheels, which rich guests tipped in folded 20s like they were hiding contraband, and which parts of the building made sounds that nobody on staff bothered explaining anymore. I'd taken the job because I needed rent money, health insurance, and something that looked steadier than rideshare driving on a tax form. Also because I had a stupid private belief that if I wore a uniform and stood up straight, people might stop seeing the parts of me that were messy. The Leander sat on St. Charles Avenue in New Orleans, not right in the tourist thick punch bowl of the quarter, but close enough that guests arrived damp with sweat and daiquiris, asking whether they could walk to the jazz. It was one of those old hotels that sold its age as charm. Green awnings, wrought iron balconies, marble floors veined like gray lightning, and a lobby that smelled constantly of lemon oil, old paper, and flowers that were replaced before they had a chance to look tired. At night, the streetcars hummed past outside with that metallic grind on the tracks, and the windows trembled just enough to make the chandelier crystals tick against each other. I liked that sound at first. It made the place feel alive. By my 6th night, I had started to understand that alive was not always comforting. Caleb, somebody called from behind me. Please tell me you didn't send Mrs. Bellamy's luggage to the roof. That was Nia Marquette, 32, female, from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Though she'd been in New Orleans since college and spoke about Baton Rouge like it was an ex she only texted on holidays. She was the front desk supervisor on the evening shift. Neat braids, black blazer, no patience for panic unless it was coming from a paying guest with elite status. She had a way of making a clipboard look like a weapon. When she moved, her bracelets made a dry little clicking sound, like dice in a cup. I turned from the service elevator. I sent it down. You sure, pretty sure. That is not the same thing. It's in the elevator, I said, then looked back at the glowing 9. Or it was. Nia came around the desk with the slow walk of someone trying not to startle a dog. Her heels tapped once softened as she crossed from marble to runner carpet. The lobby had gone quiet in that shallow hotel way, all sounds muffled but never gone. The HVAC breathing through ceiling vents, a glass clinking at the bar, someone laughing too loudly near the revolving door, and then catching themselves like they'd laughed in a church. Nia looked up at the indicator. Her face changed for maybe half a second. Not fear, not exactly. More like irritation landing on top of something older. "Did you key it?" she asked. "No." "You press 9. "No." "Did a guest get in?" "I watched it close empty." She slid a key card from the pocket of her blazer and tapped the panel beside the service doors. A red light blinked back at her. "Great," she said. "What does red mean?" "It means it's locked out." "By who?" She didn't answer. She pressed the call button with one finger and held it. The button lit under her nail, and somewhere above us, the elevator gave a low mechanical clunk. Then the light went out. The indicator stayed on 9. Nia released the button and said, "Go get Martin." Martin Vale, 58, male, from Galway, Ireland, appeared in the lobby most nights around 10, with a ring of keys on his belt and a thermos of tea that smelled like damp leaves. He was the overnight maintenance engineer, though everyone just called him maintenance, as if the whole department had been compressed into one man with a limp and permanent sawdust under his fingernails. He had worked at the Leander for 21 years, which meant he was treated with a mixture of respect and mild resentment by every manager who had lasted less than 2. I found him in the service corridor behind the banquet rooms, kneeling under a wall panel while a banquet captain complained about a flickering sconce. "You new ones always find me at the best times," Martin said when I told him. "I didn't do anything. First week and already defensive. You'll fit in." He stood carefully, pressing one hand to his knee until it clicked. The corridor around us smelled like floor cleaner, coffee grounds, and hot dust from the old wiring. Through the double doors to the ballroom, I could hear a wedding DJ testing bass with little thumps that vibrated under my shoes. "The service lift S on 9, Martin asked. "Yeah, who keyed it?" "I don't know. You alone, it was empty." That was all, but he took the key ring off his belt and started walking faster than I'd seen him move before. I followed him back toward the lobby, trying to keep pace without looking like I was trying. That was one of my problems then. I hated seeming new. I hated asking the obvious question. I hated being the person in the room who didn't know the rules everyone else had already agreed not to say out loud. Before this job, I'd been working nights as a valet at a hospital garage. And before that, I'd spent 3 months back at my mother's place after a bad stretch with money. The bad stretch was mostly my fault. Not all of it, but enough. I had a habit of saying yes when I needed to say no, and pretending I understood things I didn't, because admitting confusion felt like opening a door for people to look down on me. That habit had cost me 2 jobs, 1 relationship, and a cracked molar from grinding my teeth in my sleep. So when Martin said, "You don't go up there unless you're told," I said, "Sure," like I knew exactly what he meant. Up there. Not the 9th floor. Up there. At the service elevator, Nia was waiting with her arms folded. Beside her stood Theo Kravitz, 29 male from Cleveland, Ohio, the night auditor, who always looked slightly underlit no matter where he stood. Theo wore round glasses, kept ginger chews in the drawer behind the desk, and handled guest complaints with the exhausted calm of a man who had accepted that human beings were mostly forms with shoes. He had a tablet tucked under one arm and a phone receiver pressed between his shoulder and ear. "No," Theo was saying into the phone. "I understand, ma'am. Yes, we are looking for your luggage now. No, it has not been stolen. No, I would not describe our elevator system as haunted." Nia pinched the bridge of her nose. Theo looked at me over the top of his glasses. "Mrs. Bellamy would like to know whether her insulin is currently in the possession of a ghost." "It's not," I said. Strong answer. Love the confidence. Martin stepped between us and the elevator panel. He inserted a small brass key into a lock I hadn't noticed before and turned it. The panel chirped. He pressed 2 buttons together, held them, then tapped the keycard reader with a battered gray fob. The doors opened. The elevator was empty. Not empty. The luggage cart was there, parked neatly in the center of the cab with Mrs. Bellamy's 2 suitcases and garment bags still hanging from the rail. One of the garment bags had been unzipped about 4 inches from the top. The zipper pull rested crookedly, like someone had stopped halfway through checking inside. A small white card lay on the floor near the cart's wheel. The cab smelled faintly of cigarette smoke. Smoking had been banned in the hotel for years, according to the little signs in every room, but the smell was fresh enough that I felt it in the back of my throat. Not thick, just a dirty thread under the elevator's usual smell of rubber mat and metal polish. Nia saw the card at the same time I did. "Don't touch that," she said. I froze with one foot halfway forward. I was. You were leaning. I lean when I think. Try standing still when you think. Martin stepped into the cab and crouched, careful and slow. He picked up the card by its corner, looked at it, then passed it to Nia. It was one of the hotel's old key sleeves, not the black and gold ones we used now, with the Wi-Fi password and a QR code for room service. This sleeve was cream-colored, soft at the edges, with Hotel Leander printed in green script above a little line drawing of the building. The room number written on it was 914. Nia stared at it. Theo had stopped talking on the phone. I said, because I was stupid and knew. "Do we still use those?" Nobody answered. The front doors spun, pushing in a wet gust from St. Charles. Rain had started without me noticing. It came down fine and slanted, silver in the streetlights, tapping the awning and making car tires hiss against the curb. A couple stumbled in laughing under a newspaper, and the lobby became normal for 3 seconds. Luggage wheels on marble, the bell at the desk, Theo telling Mrs. Bellamy that her medication had been located and would be delivered immediately with the hotel's apologies. Then Nia slid the old sleeve into the pocket of her blazer. "Caleb," she said, "take Mrs. Bellamy her bags. Room 615. Do not mention the elevator." "Okay. Martin, can you reset the service lift?" Martin didn't look at her. He was staring at the ceiling of the cab, where a tiny camera dome reflected us in a warped little circle. "I can reset it," he said. Theo put the receiver down carefully. "Before you do, camera log. Nia gave him a look. He lifted both hands. I'm just saying. If we've got a guest opening garment bags in the service elevator, that's a report. If, Nia said. If, Theo repeated, quieter. That was when the main guest elevator chimed. The nice one. The brass-doored elevator with mirrors inside, and a tiny bench nobody used except children and exhausted conference attendees. Its indicator rolled down from 9 to L with smooth, expensive patience. All four of us looked at it. The doors opened. A man stepped out wearing a gray suit too heavy for the weather and carrying no luggage at all. He was tall, maybe mid-40s, white, hair combed back with a wet part, face shiny from rain or sweat. His shirt collar was buttoned wrong one side higher than the other, and he had a folded hotel towel pressed around his left hand. The towel was not soaked, but there was a dark patch near his thumb. Blood, probably. He blinked at the lobby like he had expected a different room. Nia moved first. Sir, are you all right? The man looked at her, then at Martin, then at me. His eyes were clear enough. Not drunk, not obviously high. Scared, though he was trying to be polite about it. I'm sorry, he said. His voice had a flat Midwestern softness. I think I got off on the wrong floor. This is the lobby, Nia said. Yes. He nodded too much. Yes, I can see that. Theo came around the desk with the first aid kit. What happened to your hand? The man looked down, as if the towel belonged to someone else. Cut it on the bathroom mirror. What room are you in? Nia asked. He opened his mouth, paused. The pause stretched just long enough for the chandelier crystals to tick twice overhead. 8:14, he said. Martin's keys made a small sound against his belt. Nia's voice stayed even. 8:14. Yes, we don't have an 8:14. The man smiled with only one side of his mouth. That's what the woman upstairs said. Nobody spoke. The couple under the newspaper passed behind him, still laughing, leaving wet footprints across the marble. Outside, a streetcar bell clanged at the stop, bright and ordinary. Inside the lobby, the man in the gray suit tightened the towel around his hand until his knuckles showed pale. Theo said, Sir, what's your name? Peter, he said. Peter Wallace. Peter Wallace, 44, male, from Madison, Wisconsin, looked like a business traveler who had been pulled apart and put back together slightly wrong. His leather shoes were polished, but wet at the toes. He wore a conference badge clipped inside his jacket instead of outside it, turned inward so the name faced his shirt. His eyes kept jumping toward the guest elevator, then away. He smelled faintly of rain, stale air conditioning, and the metallic tang of fresh blood. Nia's professional face settled back into place. Mr. Wallace, let's get that hand checked. I don't need a doctor. Maybe not, but you're bleeding in my lobby. That got through to him. He glanced down and saw a red drop hit the marble between his shoes. Oh, he said, I'm sorry. It's all right. I didn't want to bother anyone. You're not bothering us. That was a lie, but a kind one. Theo guided him toward a chair near the side table with the orchids, keeping his voice low. Martin stayed by the guest elevator, one hand resting on the door frame after the doors had closed. I stood there with Mrs. Bellamy's luggage cart, useless, and watching too hard. Nia turned to me. 6:15. Now I moved. The guest elevators were faster, but I took the service one because the luggage cart fit better, and because I had been told to deliver the bags, not stand around being curious. The elevator behaved normally this time. Doors closed, motor engaged. The cart rattled softly beside me as the floors clicked by. 2, 3, 4. I looked at my reflection in the dull metal panel. Red bellhop jacket, black trousers, name tag slightly crooked. I looked like someone hired to carry things, which I was. Someone hired to smile and say, right away, and pretend not to hear arguments through guest room doors. 6. The doors opened on a hallway that smelled like lavender carpet powder and somebody's room service fries. Normal hotel hallway. Beige walls. Ice machine growling near the corner. A kid crying faintly behind one door. Television, laughter behind another. I delivered Mrs. Bellamy's bags to 615, apologized twice, accepted a $5 tip from a woman in a silk robe who looked at me like she suspected I personally hid her insulin for sport, and rode back down. By then, Peter Wallace was seated near the orchids with his jacket off. Theo had wrapped his hand properly. The towel sat in a clear plastic bag on the table, and Nia was on the phone, saying, non-emergency, yes. We have a guest with a laceration and possible confusion. No, he is conscious. No, not violent. Martin had the guest elevator panel open. The open panel made the elevator look wounded. Wires bundled in colored sleeves, dust at the edges, a small diagnostic screen glowing green. Martin pressed buttons with the back of a pen and muttered to himself. I parked the cart where it belonged. What happened? Theo glanced at Nia, who was still on the phone, then at Martin. He says he checked into room 814 this afternoon. Maybe he means 804. No 814. No 914 either. I knew that part already in the vague, way new employees know things from maps they only half study. The Leander had been renovated in the 70s after a fire, and the floor plan got weird above 7. The 8th floor had suites, numbered 801 through 812. The 9th floor wasn't on guest maps at all. When guests asked, we were supposed to say it was mechanical space, storage, and administrative offices. I had said it twice already. Once to a man from Boston who wanted the highest possible room. Once to a little girl who pressed every elevator button and asked why 9 didn't work. Theo lowered his voice. His keycard says 708. Then, why'd he say 814? He says that's what was on the door. I looked toward Peter. He was sitting very straight, as if posture might hold him together. His cut hand rested on his knee. His other hand kept rubbing the edge of his conference badge through the fabric of his jacket. Nia hung up. Paramedics are coming. I told you I don't need, Peter started. And I heard you, Nia said. I'm still having someone look at the cut. You can refuse care when they arrive. Peter shut his mouth. Martin pulled the diagnostic screen closer, squinting. Theo, what? Pull the elevator log. Theo stiffened. For tonight, for the last hour. Nia looked at Martin. Why? Martin didn't answer. Theo went behind the desk and began tapping at the computer. The lobby lights had dimmed into the late-night setting, warm pools over the desk and seating area, darker corners near the bar entrance. Rain tapped steadily at the windows now. not heavy enough to be dramatic, just constant. The kind of rain that made every sound indoors feel closer. Peter suddenly said, "There were other people up there." Nia turned slowly. "Where?" He looked toward the elevator. "On the floor." "What floor, Mr. Wallace?" His throat moved. "I don't know." Theo stopped typing. Peter flexed his injured hand and winced. "I got in on 7. I remember 7 because my key didn't work the first time and I was tired, and I thought, fine, great, one more thing." Then the elevator opened again before it went down. There was a hallway. "A hallway," Nia said. "Yes, at the Leander." "I think so. You think so?" Peter looked embarrassed, which somehow made him more believable. The carpet was different. "What do you mean different?" "Red," he said, "dark red, and the lights were lower like old lamps. I thought maybe it was part of the conference space or a private floor." A woman was standing by the ice machine. "What woman?" "I don't know, dark hair, green dress." She said, "You're late." I told her she had the wrong person. He swallowed. Then she asked if I was checking out. The rain ticked harder against the glass. "What did you say?" Theo asked. Peter looked at him. I said yes. Martin closed the elevator panel with a snap that made me flinch. Nia shot him a look. "Martin." He ignored her and faced Peter. "Did she give you anything?" Peter hesitated. "Did she give you anything?" Martin repeated. Peter reached into his trouser pocket with his good hand. Nia stepped forward like she might stop him, but he had already pulled it out. A key. Not a key card. An actual metal key, brass-colored, attached to a heavy green fob shaped like a narrow rectangle. The kind I'd seen in old movies and antique shops. The number stamped into it was worn but readable. 914. Theo whispered, "Nope." Nia said sharp, "Theo, sorry." The old key swung slightly from Peter's finger. It made a tiny clicking sound where the ring touched his nail. I should have kept my mouth shut. I really should have. But my fear has always had a bad habit of disguising itself as helpfulness. "That's the same room as the sleeve," I said. Nia turned on me. Peter looked up. "What sleeve?" Nobody answered him. From outside came the low whoop of an approaching ambulance, distant, but getting closer. The sound moved through the wet streets, bounced off the hotel frontage, faded, then returned stronger. Lobby. Everyone seemed to make the same calculation at once. Paramedics meant documentation, questions, maybe police. If Peter's story sounded enough like an assault, or enough like a psychiatric episode. Hotels hate police in the lobby. Not because they hate safety, not exactly, but because police lights make guests peek out of elevators and write reviews with words like unsafe and disturbing. Nia held out her hand. "Mr. Wallace, may I see that key?" Peter didn't give it to her. His fingers closed around the fob. "I'd like to go back to my room." Theo said, 708. Peter shook his head slowly. "No," he said, "that isn't where my things are." "Your things are in 708, Nia said. "I can take you there myself." "No, my suitcase is up there." He looked at me now, maybe because I had the uniform of the person who moved bags and therefore, in his mind, the person who could confirm a room existed if he wanted it badly enough. Black roller. Red ribbon on the handle. I put it beside the bed. Nia's jaw tightened. "Caleb, check the luggage room." "For what?" "For Mr. Wallace's bag." Peter stood abruptly. The first aid wrap flashed white under the lobby lamps. "No," where I left it." "Sir," Nia said, "I'm not confused. No one said you were. You're all looking at me like I am." The ambulance whoop cut off outside. Tires hissed at the curb. A door slammed. The lobby filled with the faint, rubbery smell of raincoats and street water as two paramedics came through the revolving door. And behind them, the guest elevator chimed again. The indicator above the brass doors read 9, not rolling down from somewhere, not passing floors, just 9 lit steady. The paramedics didn't notice. They were shaking rain from their jackets, asking where the patient was. A woman at the bar laughed at something, then coughed. The orchids on the side table trembled as the air conditioning clicked on. Peter Wallace stared at the elevator like it had spoken his name. Martin stepped in front of the call button. Nia's voice dropped so low I barely heard it. "Nobody gets in." Then the elevator doors opened. Inside was Peter's black roller suitcase with a red ribbon tied around the handle. It stood alone in the polished brass cab, upright and waiting, with a folded cream-colored hotel key sleeve tucked into the luggage tag. For a second, nobody moved. Then the suitcase tipped forward, not far, just enough for the wheels to bump over the threshold and land on the lobby marble with a small, ordinary clack. The elevator doors stayed open. Nia looked at Martin. Martin looked at Theo. Theo looked at the paramedics, who were beginning to understand that they had walked into something with more edges than a cut hand. And me, I looked at the suitcase, because I could hear something inside it. A phone vibrating. Short bursts. Pause, short bursts. Pause. Someone was calling. Peter whispered, "That's not my ringtone." Nia swallowed once. Her face had gone still again, the professional mask lowered hard over whatever was underneath. "Caleb," she said, "bring me gloves from the desk." I took one step. The phone buzzed again inside the suitcase. A choice settled into the lobby, quiet and heavy. Hand everything to the paramedics and wait for police, or open the bag now before whoever had sent it down changed their mind. Nia looked at me, then at Theo, then at Martin. Nobody said the word 9, but every one of us was thinking it. The phone in the suitcase kept buzzing like an insect trapped in a wall. Nobody reached for it. That was the strange part. There were 6 adults in the lobby, 2 of them trained paramedics, one of them a supervisor who could make drunk wedding guests apologize to potted plants. And still, we all stood there watching that black roller bag tremble on its wheels. The sound was tiny, cheap, and insistent. Buzz, buzz, pause, buzz, buzz, pause. It traveled across the marble and up through the soles of my shoes. Nia held one hand out toward the paramedics without looking away from the suitcase. "Give us a second." The taller paramedic, a woman with rain darkening the shoulders of her navy jacket, frowned. "Ma'am, we're here for the patient. His hand is wrapped. He's conscious. Give us a second." Peter Wallace said, "That's not my bag." Everyone looked at him. He had gone pale in a way that made the lobby lighting seem harsh on his face. His injured hand was pressed to his stomach, the bandage bright white against his gray suit. The other hand still held the brass key marked 914. His grip was so tight the knuckles looked polished. Theo said, "You said it was your suitcase." I said mine had a red ribbon. The suitcase buzzed again. Nia turned to him carefully. "Mr. Wallace, That's not mine. It matches your description. Lots of black suitcases exist. Did yours have a luggage tag? Peter opened his mouth, then closed it. He looked at the tag hanging from the handle. The cream-colored sleeve had been tucked into the plastic window, where a normal person would put a business card. No, he said, I don't think so. Martin took one step toward the suitcase, then stopped when the shorter paramedic, a square-built man with a shaved head, said, Nobody opens that until we know what's in it. Nia's eyes flicked to him. It's luggage. It's unattended luggage that came out of an elevator by itself while we're here for an injured, confused guest. I'm not trying to be dramatic. I'm trying to not be stupid. That shut everyone up for a second. The revolving door whispered behind us. Rain kept needling the glass. Somewhere down the block, a horn blared once, long and irritated, then died into the wet traffic hiss. I could smell Peter's blood through the clean gauze. Not strongly. Just that faint coppery note under the flowers and lemon oil. The taller paramedic stepped closer to him. Sir, I need to look at your hand. Peter shook his head without taking his eyes off the suitcase. There's a phone inside. We hear it. It's not mine. Okay. It means someone put it there. Nia said, Theo, call security. Theo was already reaching for the desk phone. On it, the Leander had one security guard overnight. I had met him twice, both times while he was eating vending machine crackers in the loading bay and watching basketball on his phone. His name was Darrell Pike, 46, male, from Mobile, Alabama. A former bouncer with a barrel chest, tired eyes, and the careful friendliness of someone who had learned to de-escalate men bigger than him by sounding bored. He arrived from the back hallway 30 seconds later, tucking his shirt in as he walked. What's happening? Darrell asked. Nia pointed at the suitcase. That came down from 9. Darrell stopped moving, not dramatically. He just stopped, like his shoes had caught on something. Then he noticed Peter. Who's this? Guessed Peter Wallace. Room 708. Laceration to the hand. Says his belongings are on a floor we don't rent. Jesus, Nia, not now. The phone buzzed again. Darrell looked at the suitcase. Is that his? No, Peter said. Yes, Theo said at the same time. Nia snapped. We don't know. The taller paramedic gave a sharp little whistle between her teeth. Okay, everybody slow down. I'm Mara Ellis, 37, female, from Portland, Maine, and this is Luis Romero, 42, male, from Queens, New York. We're medical, not police, but I'm telling you right now, if there's any chance that bag is suspicious, you call 911 and clear the immediate area. We called non-emergency for him, Nia said. Call emergency for the bag. It's a hotel lobby. Exactly. Nia looked around, and I saw the calculation happening behind her eyes. At the bar, 3 people watched a muted baseball game. Near the front windows, the wet couple from earlier argued softly over a rideshare app. A family with 2 sleeping children had settled into the far sofa while Theo's computer searched for their reservation. The lobby was not crowded, but it was not empty. If we said suspicious bag out loud, the room would change shape. People would stand. People would film. Someone would post it before we even knew whether there was anything to post. Hotels are built on pretending nothing is wrong until the last possible second. Darrell said quietly, I can take it outside. Louis stared at him. Absolutely not. It's got wheels. You don't move a suspicious object. It's a suitcase, man. You don't know that. It came out of our elevator. And you don't know who put it in there. Darrell's jaw worked once. He didn't like being corrected in front of guests. I could tell. The same way I hated seeming new, he hated seeming useless. Nia looked at Theo. Did you get the elevator log? Theo had the tablet now, thumb moving fast. Trying, systems lagging. Why? Because the software is older than some of our guests, and because Martin closes pop-ups by unplugging monitors. Martin said, I closed one pop-up in 2019. You disabled the lobby printer for a week. It was making threats. Nia cut in. Theo. He swallowed whatever joke had been next. Right. Sorry, Peter suddenly said. My phone was in my suitcase. The buzzing stopped. The quiet after it felt worse. Mara was gently unwrapping the bandage around Peter's hand now, though he kept trying to angle his body toward the suitcase. When the gauze came loose, I saw the cut. It ran across the meat below his thumb, jagged and wet, not a clean slice from a razor or broken wineglass. More like he had grabbed something sharp and pulled away too late. Small lines branched from it, shallow but angry. The skin around his wrist was marked too, red crescents like someone had held him hard. Mara saw them. So did Nia. Mr. Wallace, Mara said, voice neutral. Did someone grab you? No, those marks look like fingerprints. I said no. Did you fall? He looked at the floor. Maybe, you don't know. I was tired. Louis opened a sterile packet. Sir, have you had anything to drink tonight? No. Any recreational drugs? No. Prescription medication? Blood pressure? Atorvastatin? Nothing that makes me see hotel floors that don't exist, if that's the next question. Theo looked up from the tablet. Elevator log says guest car 3 went from 7 to lobby at 10:48. Nia frowned. That's it. What about 9? No stop recorded. Martin stepped closer. Check service override. I am. Check maintenance mode. I am. Don't use that tone with me. Theo glanced at him. Then stop hovering like a gargoyle. The argument should have been funny. It was. Their voices were too tight. I watched Nia watching them. She had one hand near her blazer pocket where the old key sleeve sat. Her thumb rubbed the fabric once, twice. Then the desk phone rang. All of us jumped a little except Mara, who kept working on Peter's hand. Theo grabbed the receiver. Front desk, Hotel Leander. He listened. His expression changed. Not fear, recognition. Yes, ma'am, he said slowly. I understand. What room are you calling from? Nia's head lifted. Theo looked straight at her. Could you repeat that? The lobby noises seemed to thin out around him. He put the call on speaker. A woman's voice came through the desk phone, breathy and close to the receiver. There was static under her words, a dry crackle that made her sound farther away than she probably was. Already told the boy, she said. Theo leaned over the phone. Ma'am, this is the front desk. Who am I speaking with? I told the boy, the woman repeated. The one in the red coat. My mouth went dry. Nia looked at me. I said, I didn't talk to anyone. The woman on the phone coughed. It was a real cough, wet and tired, followed by the faint clink of glass or ceramic. Send him back up. Mr. Wallace can't leave without signing. Peter made a small sound, almost a laugh, but not quite. Darrell moved behind the desk faster than I expected and checked the call display. Internal, Theo extension. Theo turned the little screen toward Nia. It read 914. Nia pressed the heel of her hand to her forehead. "No," Martin whispered. "Cut the line." Theo said, "If I cut it, we lose the trace." "This isn't a trace. It's an old PBX system pretending to be a horror movie." The woman said, "We close the folio at 11. I looked at the clock behind the desk. 10:53. 7 minutes. There it was. The concrete thing. The line between weird and urgent. 7 minutes until whatever checking out meant to whoever was on that phone. Nia leaned over the speaker. "Ma'am, this is Nia Marquette, front desk supervisor. Room 914 is not an active guest room. I need your name." A pause. Then the woman laughed softly. Not a villain laugh, not dramatic. It sounded like someone who had been awake too long and found something mildly sad. "Nia," she said, "you're working late again." Nia went perfectly still. Theo stared at her. Darrell said, "Do you know her?" Nia didn't answer. The woman continued, "Your mother always said you'd run yourself into the floor." Nia reached down and ended the call. The receiver clicked into its cradle with a plastic snap. Nobody moved. Even the lobby seemed to hold itself in place. The wet couple had stopped arguing. One of the kids on the sofa shifted and gave a sleepy, nasal whine. From the bar came the low murmur of the bartender asking someone to settle up. Theo said carefully, "Nia, not now." She knew you're not now. Mara wrapped fresh gauze around Peter's hand. "We need to transport him." Peter jerked back. "No, you need stitches. I'm not leaving without my phone." "Sir, and my laptop, my passport, my wallet." He looked at Nia. "They're up there." Nia's control finally cracked at the edge. "There is no up there." Peter held up the brass key. "Then where did this come from?" No one answered. Then Mrs. Bellamy appeared from the elevator bank in her silk robe and slippers, face pinched with outrage. She was in her late 60s, maybe early 70s, from Atlanta by the sound of her voice, though I had not formally introduced her before because she had existed until now as a voice on Theo's phone and an irritated hand taking back luggage. "My medication is missing," she said. That sentence did more damage than the suitcase. Nia turned. "Mrs. Bellamy, we delivered your bags." "Yes, and my insulin case is not in them." I remembered the garment bag unzipped 4 inches at the top. Nia's eyes found mine. Mrs. Bellamy gripped the neck of her robe. "It is a blue case, hard shell. I packed it in the outside pocket of my smaller suitcase. I have checked twice." Theo said, "Maybe it was moved during packing." "I know where I put my insulin. Of course, I need it." "How soon?" Mara asked. Mrs. Bellamy blinked at her. Mara stepped closer, professional and direct. "Ma'am, what type of insulin, and when is your next dose?" "Rapid and long-acting." "The long-acting is due at 11. Again, the clock. 10:55. Nia said, "Caleb," I knew before she finished. My stomach sank. "Check the service elevator," she said. "Check the floor, under the cart, the corners." "I already check again." Martin said, "I'll go." "No," Nia said too fast. He looked at her. "Nia, you stay here and keep the elevators locked." "They aren't locked. They will be when you fix them." Darrell said, "I'll take Caleb." Nia shook her head. "You stay with the bag. I'm security." "Then secure it," Lewis said. "The bag should be isolated." "Yes," Nia said. "Darrell, keep people away from it." "Theo, move guests from this side of the lobby." Quietly. No announcements. Theo gave a stiff nod and started toward the sofa family with the kind of smile used at funerals and airline counters. I stood there waiting for someone to decide my body was not required. Nia lowered her voice. Caleb, go to 6 first. Speak to Mrs. Bellamy. Confirm where she checked. Then service elevator. Why me? The question slipped out before I could stop it. Nia looked at me, and for the first time since I'd met her, she didn't look annoyed. She looked tired. Because you delivered the bags. Because if this becomes a report, your name is already in it. And because you're the only one who can say exactly what you saw. There it was again. My flaw finding the crack. My need to look useful rising up even while my common sense tried to drag it back down. I nodded. Okay, Peter said. I'm going with him. No, Mara and Nia said at the same time. Peter stood anyway, swaying slightly. My things are involved. You're bleeding, Mara said. I can walk. You may have been assaulted. I said I can walk. Louis stepped between him and the elevators. Sir, sit down. Peter's face tightened. Don't touch me. He didn't shout. That made it worse. The words came out flat and precise, like he had used up all the softer versions already. Mara put both hands up. Nobody's touching you. Nia looked at the clock. 10:56. We don't have time for this, she said. Darryl gave a humorless laugh. Time for what, exactly? For Mrs. Bellamy's medication, Nia snapped. But we all heard the other countdown underneath. The folio closes at 11. Whatever that meant. Martin had gone back to the guest elevator panel. The 9th floor relay is showing active. Nia turned. What? It shouldn't be. It's physically bypassed. Can you shut it off? I can shut the whole elevator bank off. Do it. If I do it wrong, cars stop between floors. Then do it right. He gave her a look that was almost offended. I always do it right. The lights flickered. Just once. The chandelier above the lobby gave a delicate rattle, crystal tapping crystal. The HVAC side down came back, then side down again. From the bar, somebody said, power. The emergency lights clicked on along the baseboards, thin white strips that made the marble look colder. The main lights stayed lit, but dimmer, wavering as the building's old electrical system adjusted. Outside, thunder grumbled low over the streetcar line. Martin swore under his breath. Nia said, tell me that was weather. That was load transfer, he said. What load? I don't know yet. The service elevator chimed behind us, not the guest elevator. The service one. The one Martin had supposedly reset. The one I was supposed to check. Its doors opened on their own, revealing an empty cab. On the floor, centered perfectly between the rubber mat seams, sat a blue hard shell medical case. Mrs. Bellamy made a sound like someone had pressed a thumb into her throat. I stepped forward. Martin barked, don't. I stopped. The case was maybe 8 inches long, with a white pharmacy sticker on one side. It looked ordinary. That was the worst part. Ordinary things should not arrive by themselves in elevators from floors that did not exist. Nia said, Mrs. Bellamy, is that yours? Mrs. Bellamy's mouth worked. Yes, Mara checked the clock. She needs that medication. Louis said, could be tampered with. Mrs. Bellamy snapped. It is my insulin. And if someone had access to it, Louis said, keeping his voice calm, we need to verify it hasn't been compromised. Nia's face hardened. We're calling police. Darryl looked relieved. Theo, across the lobby, did not. He had had successfully moved the sofa family toward the bar, but now the wet couple was filming with one phone held low near the woman's chest. "All ready?" Darrell asked. Nia took out her cell. Yes. The service elevator doors started to close. "Wait," Mrs. Bellamy said. I moved without thinking. That was the honest truth. Not brave, not planned. Just that old stupid instinct to fix the thing nearest me before someone could blame me for not fixing it. I lunged forward and stuck my arm between the closing doors. The safety sensor caught, but late. The doors squeezed my forearm hard enough to make pain flare from wrist to elbow. I yelped. The doors bounced open with a rubbery groan. The blue case sat there. So did something else. A folded note had been placed beneath it. Not a hotel key sleeve this time. Plain white paper, torn from a memo pad. Block letters in black pen. Bring WALAC to 914 or the next bag comes down open. For a few seconds, the lobby made too many sounds at once. Mrs. Bellamy crying. Mara saying my name even though I hadn't told it to her. Darrell swearing. Theo telling the couple to put the phone away. Nia on the phone with emergency dispatch saying possible hostage situation. In a voice so steady it made my knees weak. Peter Wallace stared at the note. Then he said, "Next bag." Black suitcase in the guest elevator buzzed again. This time, the ringtone played. Not a normal ringtone. A recording. Muffled through the fabric, tinny and shaking, a woman's voice said, "Peter, Peter, where are you? They told me you checked out." Peter's face collapsed. "My wife," he whispered. Nia looked at him. The clock behind the desk clicked to 10:59, and then the hotel went dark. When the power went out, the Hotel Leander did not become completely dark. That would have been easier in a way. Cleaner. Instead, the lobby dropped into a strange, layered dimness, with emergency strips glowing along the baseboards, exit signs burning red above the corridors, and the chandelier overhead still holding a faint afterimage in all its glass drops. For a second, I could see everyone in fragments. Nia's face cut in red from the sign behind her. Peter Wallace hunched beside the orchids. Darrell's hand near the radio clipped to his belt. Mrs. Bellamy clutching the blue insulin case against her robe like it was something alive. Then the generator coughed somewhere deep in the building. The lights came back halfway. Not enough to feel safe, just enough to see the problem. The guest elevators were dead, with their doors open. The brass cab, where the black suitcase had been sitting, was empty now, except the suitcase had rolled farther forward during the outage and rested half in, half out, the red ribbon dragging over the threshold. The service elevator doors were stuck open too, showing the blue medical case on the floor and my own handprint smeared faintly on the rubber where I'd grabbed the doors. My forearm throbbed from wrist to elbow. Not broken, I told myself. Bruised, maybe scraped, still usable. That mattered because my stupid brain was already trying to rank the injuries in the room and decide whether I was allowed to complain. "Everyone stay where you are," Darrell said. Nobody listened. Mrs. Bellamy tried to pry open her insulin case. Mara stopped her with one hand, gentle but firm. Theo jogged toward the front desk phone. Nia turned in a circle, looking at elevators, guests, doors, clock, exits, like she was holding the building in her head and watching pieces of it go missing. "Landlines?" she asked. Theo lifted the receiver, listened, tapped the hook, listened again. "Dead. Cell. Mine's got 1 bar." Darrell pulled his radio off his belt and pressed the side button. It gave a flat burst of static. "Base, this is Pike. Lobby power failure, possible security incident. Base, copy, static." Then a man's voice, faint and broken. "Copy loading." Darrell leaned closer. "Say again." The radio shrieked with feedback, so sharp it made Mrs. Bellamy cry out. Darrell lowered it and swore. Lewis was already at the front doors, checking the street. Rain blew against the glass in thin silver sheets. Outside, the ambulance sat at the curb with its lights strobing red over the wet pavement, but no siren. Beyond it, St. Charles looked smeared and empty, streetcar cables trembling overhead. "My rig still has power," Lewis said. "I can call dispatch from there." Nia nodded. "Go." "Not alone," Mara said. Lewis looked annoyed. "It's 30 feet. It's 30 feet in a situation where someone is moving things through your building without being seen." Darrell said, "I'll walk him." Nia shook her head. "You stay with the lobby. I'm security. You are one person and there are guests here." Theo called from the desk. "Cell service is choking. I can send texts if they're tiny." "Text police," Nia said. "I am." Peter took 1 step toward the suitcase. I saw it and moved without thinking again, blocking him with the luggage cart because it was the nearest thing I could use as a barrier. The bad wheel squealed against the marble. He looked at me like I'd shoved him. "Move." "No." Wife's voice came from that bag. "And that's why you shouldn't touch it." He laughed once, dry and broken. "You're the bellhop. I noticed. You don't get to decide." "No, but I get blamed if you bleed on the carpet." It was a stupid thing to say, too small for the moment. But Peter stopped, maybe because small things were easier to understand. Nia came over and lowered her voice. "Mr. Wallace, listen to me. We are calling police. We are getting help." The woman said 11. "It is 11. The lobby clock had stopped at 10:59, but Theo's phone lit up in his hand. 11:02, he said. Peter's eyes flicked toward the elevators. "Then we're late." The first attempt was supposed to be simple. Get outside, call dispatch properly, and remove the guests from the lobby. Lewis and Darrell went for the front doors together. Lewis with his radio and medical bag, Darrell with a flashlight pulled from his belt. Nia sent Theo to move the remaining guests toward the bar entrance on the left side of the lobby, away from the elevators and suitcase. I was told to help Mara keep Peter seated and Mrs. Bellamy calm. That was the plan. Plans look sturdy until a building starts choosing for you. Lewis pushed the revolving door. It did not move. He tried again, harder. The rubber seals squeaked against the glass. The door shuddered maybe an inch, then stuck. "Side door," Nia said. The Leander had two main entrances, the revolving door centered under the awning, and a narrow accessible door to its right that opened toward the valet stand. Darrell went to it, shoved the crash bar, and got a hard metallic clank. "Locked." "That's not possible," Nia said. Darrell pushed again, shoulder into it. "Mag locks engaged. Emergency release." He pointed his flashlight at the wall beside the door. The green release box was there. He flipped the plastic cover and pressed the button. Nothing. Louis looked out through the glass at his ambulance, close enough that we could see rainwater streaming down its windshield. One of the red lights reflected in his eyes. "That's a fire code violation." "No kidding," Darrell said. Theo called from the bar entrance, back exit. Nia looked toward the rear of the lobby, where the guest corridor ran past the restrooms and toward the ballroom foyer. "Loading bay. Through service corridor." "Service corridor has fire doors," Martin said. "Then we open them." He looked at her, assuming the locks fail open. Nia's face told me he had just said the wrong thing out loud. Louis pulled his phone. "I've got no signal in here." "Near the windows?" Mara asked. "No," Darrell raised his radio again. "Base, Pike, front doors locked. Need manual override." This time the answer came clearer. "Pike, don't bring them through service." Darrell froze. "Say again." "Don't bring them ninth." The radio cut. Darrell looked at Nia. Nia looked at Martin. "Who was that?" asked. Darrell shook his head slowly. "That was Earl. Earl Voss, 61, male from Newark, New Jersey, was the overnight boiler room operator and unofficial loading dock greeter, though I had only seen him once during orientation. He was a lean man with nicotine yellow fingers, a habit of calling every man under 30 son, and a voice like gravel in a paper bag. If he was on the radio, he was somewhere in the basement level or near the loading dock." Nia grabbed Darrell's radio. "Earl, this is Nia. Where are you?" Static. "Earl," static. Then 3 knocks came from inside the black suitcase. Mrs. Bellamy screamed. So did one of the guests near the bar. Peter lunged. The luggage cart slowed him just enough. He grabbed the rail and tried to shove it aside, but his injured hand failed him and he hissed through his teeth. Mara caught his shoulder. Louis got an arm around his chest from behind. "Let go of me," Peter shouted. "Stop moving," Louis said. "Stop." Another knock came from the suitcase. Harder, then a muffled voice. "Help." My skin prickled so sharply it felt like a rash. "Help me." Darrell raised his flashlight with both hands like a weapon. Nia whispered, "No." The voice came again, thin and distorted by fabric. "Peter." Peter stopped fighting. "That's Claire," he said. Claire Wallace, 42, female from Madison, Wisconsin, had not appeared in the lobby, but her presence entered through that bag and changed everyone. Wife, missing person, possible hostage. Her name made Peter's panic coherent, which somehow made it more dangerous. Mara stepped toward the suitcase. "We need to determine if there is a person inside." Louis said, "That bag is too small. It could be a device playing audio. It could be evidence. It could be a person's arm in there for all we know." Mrs. Bellamy whimpered. Nia's voice cut through the room. "Darrell, gloves. Open the outer pocket only." Theo, record from over there. "Mara, stand by. Nobody else moves." Louis objected. "Police need to. Police are outside a locked door or not here yet," Nia snapped. "If someone's alive, I am not waiting because the procedure sounds nicer in a training room." Darrell put on black gloves from the security pouch on his belt and approached the suitcase. He did not touch the main zipper. He crouched and unzipped the front pocket by 2 inches. A smell came out first. Not rot. Not anything dramatic. Perfume, warm plastic, and damp cloth. Darrell reached in with 2 fingers and pulled out a phone. It was wrapped in a hotel washcloth. The screen was cracked and the call was not active. A video was playing. The woman on the screen had brown hair cut to her chin and mascara smudged under one eye. She was sitting against a red wall, or maybe a red curtain. Her face was too close to the camera. Behind her came a heavy mechanical hum. "Peter," she said through the tiny speaker. "They said you checked out. They said I had to sign too. Please," I don't know where the video cut to black. A progress bar appeared at the bottom. 32 seconds total. Peter sagged so suddenly Louis had to catch him. Nia took one look and said, "That is not live." Mara exhaled. "No, can you tell when it was recorded?" Darrell asked. Theo came forward despite Nia gesturing for him to stay back. "Maybe from metadata if the phone unlocks." The screen lit again. A text appeared over the video player. "Bring HIMUP. 11:10. Service SDAIRS." Then the phone shut off. The second attempt was to use the stairs, not to obey. That was what Nia said. "We are not bringing him up," she told us, standing beside the concierge desk with a flashlight under her chin because the lobby lights were flickering again. "We are going to the service stairwell to find Earl, check if the rear exit is usable, and see if anyone has access to the 9th floor landing. Peter stays here." Peter shook his head. "No. You are injured, and you are the target. She's my wife. And if they wanted you to run blindly into a controlled space, this is how they'd do it." Peter looked at me. "You'd go if it was your wife." I wanted to say yes, because that was the answer a decent person gives. Instead, I said nothing, because I didn't have a wife. I didn't have anyone whose voice could come out of a suitcase and make the whole building tilt. What I had was a bruised arm, a red jacket, and a fear of being useless that had already put my hand between elevator doors. Nia chose Martin, Darrell, and me. "Why Caleb?" Martin asked. I tried not to look grateful for the objection. "He knows what was moved and where," Nia said, "and he's staff. Guests see uniform, they listen." Martin looked at my red jacket. "That thing makes him a target." "I know. Great." Theo stayed in the lobby to keep trying texts and elevator logs. Mara and Louis stayed with Peter and Mrs. Bellamy. Nia hesitated, then took the old key sleeve marked 914 from her pocket and gave it to Theo. "If something happens," she said, "photograph this and send it with everything." Theo's face softened. "Nia, just do it." We moved toward the back of the lobby, past the restrooms on the right, past a darkened gift alcove with postcards and pralines, then left into the service corridor behind the banquet rooms. The emergency lights back there were harsher, bluish-white, buzzing in a way I felt behind my eyes. The carpet ended, and the floor became gray concrete painted with yellow arrows. I could map it in my head from orientation. Lobby behind us to the south, ballroom to the east, kitchen and loading bay farther west, service stairs at the northwest corner. The 9th floor, if it existed as more than mechanical space, would be above us in the old rear stack, connected by the same service stairwell that staff used for deliveries when elevators were down. The corridor smelled different without full ventilation. Grease from the kitchen drains, wet mop heads, ozone from electrical panels. Under that, a cigarette smell. Fresh. Martin noticed it too. He stopped outside the linen room. Someone came through. Darrell lifted his flashlight. Could be Earl. Earl smokes cheap menthols. This is not that. I almost asked how he knew, then decided I didn't want the answer. At the service stairwell door, Darrell tried his keycard. Red blink. He tried again. Red. Nia had given him a physical override key, which he used next. The lock turned, but the door opened only an inch before hitting something on the other side. Darrell put his shoulder into it. Metal scraped concrete. Blocked, he said. Martin crouched and shone his flashlight through the gap. Cart, what kind of cart? Laundry, Darrell pushed again. The door moved another inch. Something heavy shifted beyond it with a soft thump of folded cloth. A voice whispered from the other side, "Don't." I stepped back so fast my shoulder hit the wall. Darrell drew his baton. Martin said, "Earl," no answer. "Earl, is that you?" A wet, dragging sound came from beyond the door. Then a face appeared in the gap. White, slack, eyes open. I made a noise I'm not proud of. Darrell cursed and stumbled backward. Martin dropped his flashlight. It rolled in a half circle, throwing the face into broken pieces of light. Then the face folded inward. Not a person, a mannequin head. It bounced once against the door gap and rolled into view, attached to nothing. Its painted eyes scraped. A hotel towel wrapped around its neck like a scarf. For one awful second, the terror stayed in my body even after my brain caught up. Then Martin leaned against the wall and laughed once, breathless and furious. Banquet display. Darrell bent over, hands on knees. Who stores a mannequin in a laundry cart? Events, Martin said. They store everything anywhere. It was explainable, realistic, stupid. Still, someone had put it there. That was the part that mattered. We shoved the door together until the laundry cart rolled back enough for us to squeeze into the stairwell. The air inside was hotter, stale, and smelled of concrete dust. Emergency lights marked each landing in red. Down one flight, a door led to the basement and loading bay. Upward, the stairs turned sharply every half flight, metal railings painted beige and chipped from years of carts banging them. Darrell called down first. "Earl," no answer. We descended to the basement landing. The door at the bottom stood open. Beyond it was the loading bay corridor, darker than it should have been, lit by one flickering strip light. Rainwater had blown in under the roll-up door at the far end, making a shine on the concrete. A radio lay on the floor near the time clock. Darrell picked it up. Earl S. There was blood on the push-to-talk button. Not much, a smear, fresh enough to glisten. Martin's face tightened. "Earl." From somewhere beyond the laundry room came a thud. Then another. Darrell raised his baton and moved first. Martin followed. I stayed behind them because I was scared and because I was not completely stupid. We found Earl Voss in the dry storage alcove between stacked boxes of banquet candles and spare toilet paper. He was sitting on the floor with his back against the shelves, both hands pressed to his forehead. Blood ran down one side of his face and into his collar. He blinked at our flashlights. "Took your damn time." Darrell dropped beside him. "Who hit you?" "Didn't see." "Earl." Door opened. "Thought it was you." Then lights went out and something cracked me. He winced as Martin checked the wound. "Don't fuss," Martin said. "You need stitches. Add it to the list." Nia's voice came from Darrell's radio suddenly, broken but understandable. "Darrell status." Darrell grabbed it. Found Earl, head injury. Basement loading area. Rear door, Earl coughed. Chained. What? Roll up chained from outside. That's impossible, Martin said. Earl looked at him through blood. Then go explain that to the chain. We did. The loading bay roll-up door had indeed been chained shut from the outside, thick steel links looped through the exterior handle and around the security grille. Through the small wired glass window beside it, I could see rain bouncing off the alley pavement and the chain shining under a security light. No one could leave that way without bolt cutters. Nia's voice crackled over the radio. Return to lobby. Darrell looked at Earl. He can't walk fast. Return now, Nia said. Peter is gone. The words hit the corridor harder than thunder. Mara's voice came next, shouting away from the radio. He shoved past Theo, then static. Darrell stared at the radio. Martin said, stairs. We ran, or tried to. Earl could not run, so Martin hauled him up with one arm around his waist while Darrell went ahead and I followed, my bruised arm pulsing with every step. The stairwell seemed taller than before, hotter. My uniform stuck to my back. On the lobby landing, we found the door propped open with the mannequin head. Its blank painted smile turned toward the ceiling. The lobby beyond was chaos contained by fear. Guests had been moved fully into the bar now. Theo stood near the elevators, one lens of his glasses cracked, a red mark blooming on his cheekbone. Mara was kneeling beside Mrs. Bellamy, who was conscious, but shaking. Lewis had one hand on the black suitcase and the other on his radio. Nia was at the service stair door. Peter took the key, she said. My chest tightened. The 914 key. And the phone. Theo touched his face. He hit me with his elbow, not on purpose, I think. He just ran. Where? Nia pointed upward. Service stairs. I looked back into the stairwell. The red emergency lights climbed and climbed. Darrell said, we go after him. Lewis said, no, police are on the way. They can't get in, Darrell said. They'll break glass. Then let them, Mara said. We don't send more people. From above came a sound, metal against metal. A door opening several floors up. Then Peter's voice echoed down the stairwell, distant and ragged. Claire. Nia closed her eyes. A second voice answered him. Female, faint, Peter. He ran upward. We heard it. His shoes hammering the steps, faster, desperate, fading toward the floors above. Then a door slammed. The stairwell lights went out floor by floor from the top down. 9, 8, 7, 6, like something descending. Martin whispered, move. Nia looked at me. Caleb, stay here. I should have. I wanted to. My arm hurt, my throat tasted like pennies, and every sensible part of me understood that bellhops are not paid enough to chase injured men into restricted floors during possible hostage situations. Then Theo said, the lobby door just locked. Behind us, the fire door clicked shut by itself. Darrell grabbed the handle. It did not move. From the other side, Mara shouted, Darrell. He shoved the bar. Nothing. The stairwell had sealed us in. Me, Nia, Martin, Darrell, and injured Earl breathing hard on the landing behind us. Above us, somewhere past the darkened 8th floor turn, Peter screamed once. Not long, not theatrical, just one raw burst of pain and surprise. Then his phone, the one taken from the suitcase, began ringing from higher up in the stairwell. Nia lifted her flashlight. The beam caught the painted number on the next landing. 8. Above it, where the 9th floor landing should have been locked behind a service door, a thin line of warm yellow light showed under the frame. And from that light came the smell of cigarette smoke. There was no lobby to retreat to now. No waiting for police. No outside. The only unlocked path led up. The stairwell did not want us moving fast. That was how it felt, at least. Every landing was narrow. Every turn made for one person with a laundry bin, and not 5 panicked adults trying to climb through emergency lighting that had decided to fail in sections. The concrete steps were damp, where rain had ridden in on our shoes. The metal handrail felt slick under my palm. My bruised forearm had swollen enough that the cuff of my red bellhop jacket pressed into the skin like a blood pressure band. Above us, Peter's phone kept ringing. Not loud, just enough. Tinny little melody echoing down the stairwell from somewhere past 8, cheerful and cheap, stopping, starting again, stopping, starting again. Each time it cut off, I waited for Peter to scream again. He didn't. Nia moved first, because of course she did. She lifted the flashlight and climbed toward the 8th floor landing with her jaw set so hard I could see the muscle jumping near her ear. Darrell caught her sleeve. I go first. You don't know the door. I know how to take a hit. That is not a plan. It's more of a plan than walking up there with your customer service voice. Martin, breathing hard beside Earl, said, "Both of you shut up." Earl groaned. His face had gone the color of wet paper. Blood had dried in a dark track from his hairline to his collar, but fresh blood still appeared whenever he blinked too hard. He sat on the step with one hand on the rail, trying to pretend he wasn't listening to the left. Nia looked at him. "Can you make it?" Earl gave her a weak glare. "Sweetheart, I've been wanting to leave this place since 2008. That's not an answer. No. So we left him on the 8th floor landing because the stairs had trapped us into making cruel choices. Martin helped him sit with his back against the wall under the painted 8, then stripped off his own work shirt and folded it against Earl's head wound. Earl complained about the pressure, which Martin took as a good sign. "Hold that there," Martin said. "What if somebody comes down?" Darrell gave Earl his flashlight. "You swing this at their knees and scream." Earl looked at the flashlight, then at Darrell. Hell of a benefits package. The ringing above us stopped. The silence after it was not empty. The building hummed through the walls. Pipes knocked somewhere. From below, muffled and distant, came Mara shouting through the locked lobby door. I couldn't make out words, only urgency. Nia turned toward the 9th floor landing. The door was not supposed to look special. That was almost worse. It was a beige metal fire door like the others, marked authorized personnel only with a scratched plastic sign. But warm yellow light showed under it, and the smell of cigarette smoke came through the frame, fresh and bitter. Martin stared at the lock. This was welded shut in '97. Darrell whispered, "Looks pretty unwelded now." Martin touched the hinge side, then ran his fingers along the frame. Not unwelded, replaced. Recently enough the paint doesn't match. That was the first solid thing the night gave us. Not ghosts, not a floor appearing out of old wallpaper. A door someone had replaced. Nia tried her master keycard. Red blink. Darrell tried his. Red blink. Martin knelt and looked at the lower hinge. Somebody wired a mag plate onto the inside. Can you open it? Nia asked. Not from here, unless you brought a drill and 10 quiet minutes. From the other side of the door, Peter Wallace said, Nia. I felt the sound move through my chest. It's close. Too close. Nia stepped toward the door. Mr. Wallace. His voice came again, trembling. Don't open it. Darrell lifted his baton. Nia put a finger to her lips. Peter spoke lower. There are 2 men, maybe 3. Claire's here. I saw her, I think. A hard smack cut him off. Not a gunshot. Not a scream. A hand hitting flesh. Then Peter made a choked sound. Another voice came through the door, male, calm, older. Front desk finally came up. Nia's face changed. She knew that voice. Martin knew it too. His mouth opened slightly. The man behind the door said, You should have stayed downstairs, Nia. She swallowed. Ray, Darrell mouthed. Ray. Martin answered under his breath. Former night manager. Ray Holloway, 64, male, from Shreveport, Louisiana. Had not been on staff when I started, but the way Nia stiffened told me he had left marks behind. His voice had that old hotel smoothness, each word rounded like he'd spent a lifetime telling angry guests that nothing was wrong while something leaked through the ceiling. Nia moved closer to the seam of the door. Ray, open the door. You know I can't do that. Peter is hurt. Peter should have signed. What does that mean? Ray laughed softly. Don't play new. I'm not playing. A pause. Then, you really don't know. Martin said louder. Ray, you hit Earl. Earl should have stayed in his chair. Darrell stepped in front of Nia. This is Darrell Pike, hotel security. We've called police. Ray sighed. You didn't call anyone useful. Doors are chained. Phones are filtered. They'll get in eventually, sure. But eventually is not now. That word settled on us. Eventually. Behind the door, another male voice muttered something too low to catch. A younger voice. Nervous. Ray said, away from us. Keep him upright. Peter groaned. Nia's control broke into something sharper. If he dies up there, you're done. He's not dying. He's collateral. Claire, a woman sobbed once, muffled. Peter said, don't. Another blow. Smaller this time, maybe to the ribs. Peter gasped hard enough for us to hear air leave him. Darrell leaned toward Nia. We breach. With what? Martin snapped. Strong feelings. The phone behind the door began ringing again. Then Claire's recorded voice, the same clip from the suitcase, played at full volume. Peter, where are you? They told me you checked out. It repeated. Peter, where are you? They told me you checked out. A loop, misdirection. Claire was there, but the phone was still doing most of the haunting for them. Nia realized it too. Ray, you're using recordings. Ray's voice hardened. I'm using what works. Why? Because the Leander keeps what it owes. Martin muttered, Christ. What? I whispered. He glanced at me. Lawsuits. Settlements. Staff paid off. Old guest incidents. Ray was fired after a woman odd in 914, when the 9th was still private suites. Management buried it. Some people didn't get paid. Some records disappeared. Ray heard enough through the door. Don't summarize me, Martin. You never had the stomach. Nia said, so this is money. It was money. Now it's leverage. Against who? Ownership. Insurance. Anyone who signed the old documents and thought dead people become paperwork. Darrell whispered, he's stalling. He was right. Below us, something clanged in the lobby stair door. Mara or Lewis trying to force it. Outside, maybe police were at the glass by now. Maybe not. Behind the ninth floor door, Ray said, "Send Caleb in." My name hit me so hard I almost missed the next breath. Nia said, "No." Ray continued, "New bellhop, no history, red coat. He can witness Peter signing and bring the suitcase ledger back downstairs." "What ledger?" Darrell asked. Ray ignored him. Nia's eyes met mine. I wanted her to say something reassuring. She didn't. She looked sorry, which was worse. Ray said, 5 seconds or Wallace loses a finger. He has 9 left. Fitting. Peter made a panicked noise. Darrell raised his baton and slammed it against the door near the lock. Once, twice. The sound exploded in the stairwell. Pain shot through my teeth. The door did not move. Ray laughed. "That's embarrassing." Martin grabbed Darrell's shoulder. "Stop. You'll just make him hurt Peter." Darrell spun on him. "Then open it." "I told you, open it." "Both of you," Nia snapped. The stairwell filled with hard breathing. I looked at my own hands. One was shaking. The swollen arm had a red line where the elevator had bitten it. My name tag had twisted sideways. Caleb in small black letters. New bellhop. No history. A useless person, unless useful was required in the worst possible way. "What does he want me to witness?" I asked. Nia shook her head. "No. What does he want?" Ray answered through the door. "A checkout." Martin closed his eyes. "He wants Peter on camera signing a statement." "What statement?" "That the hotel is responsible for what happened to Claire," Nia said. Ray gave a little hum. Close. Then Claire's real voice came through, not recorded this time. Hoarse. Nearby. "Please," she said. "Please just do what he says." Peter broke. "Claire, I'm here, I'm here." A scuffle, a grunt. Then the younger male voice. "Ray, cops are at the front." Ray cursed softly. That was our opening, and Nia took it. Not with a speech. Not with courage that looked clean. She stepped back, grabbed the old brass 914 key sleeve from Theo's evidence bag. No, Theo still had that downstairs. She had nothing but her flashlight and a hotel master ring Martin had handed her without thinking. Her eyes moved over the door, the keypad, the frame, the sign, the emergency closer at the top. "Martin," she said. "Fire alarm." He blinked. "What? If this door is mag-locked from the inside, does alarm release it?" "Not if he bypassed it." "Does smoke release it?" Martin's eyes flicked toward the cigarette smell. The smoke detector circuit might still be tied to the hold-open relay. Ray said through the door, amused, "I can hear you." Nia ignored him. "Can we trigger it from here?" Martin looked at the ceiling. There was a detector above the 8th landing, but not the 9th door. "Maybe with enough smoke." Darrell stared. "We're going to start a fire." "No," Nia said. "We're going to make smoke." All of us looked at Earl's flashlight. The old one. Big metal, hot near the bulb. Martin said, "Bad idea." Nia said, "Good. Then they won't expect it." We had nothing useful. That was the point. No drill, no ram, no police inside, no keycard that worked. So we improvised with trash. Darrell pulled napkins from his jacket pocket because security guards apparently collected everything. I had a box of hotel matches in my bellhop jacket, stolen from the bar earlier that week because I liked the little green logo, and because being broke makes free objects feel like gifts. Martin had Earl's oily work rag. Nia had hand sanitizer from her blazer pocket. "No open flame near the stairs," Martin said, which was absolutely reasonable. Darrell said. Then what? Martin took the rag, soaked one corner with sanitizer, and wrapped it around the hot end of the flashlight without lighting it. Heat, vapor, maybe. You want certainty, become an accountant. He held the rag close to the detector housing at the upper landing, not touching it. Nothing happened. Behind the door, Ray said, 4 seconds, Caleb. Peter screamed. Not as loud as before, worse, shorter. Nia flinched like she'd been hit. I struck a match. Martin turned. Caleb, no. I touched the match to the damp rag. For 1 second, nothing. Then the sanitizer caught with a small blue lick of flame. Martin swore and slapped his palm beneath it to control the drip. Darrell held the flashlight up under the detector while I fed napkins into the little flame. Smoke curled fast, white and chemical sharp. It stung my eyes and scraped my throat. The alarm did not sound. Come on, Nia whispered. Smoke thickened under the ceiling. Behind the door, the younger man shouted, Ray. The fire alarm shrieked. A real sound, brutal, building wide. It ripped through the stairwell so hard I clapped one hand over my ear. Red strobes started flashing above the landing, painting everyone in slices. The 9th floor door clicked. Just one little click. Darrell hit it with his shoulder. This time it opened. He went through first and disappeared into yellow light. Then the night finally showed us the 9th floor. It was not endless, not impossible, not even especially large. It was an old private corridor, sealed behind decades of renovations. Dark red carpet, just like Peter had said, worn flat down the center, and newer near the edges where someone had cleaned it recently. 6 doors lined the hall, 3 on each side, numbers in tarnished brass. 902, 904, 906 on the left, 910, 912, 914 on the right. No windows. No guest art. Just old wall sconces with yellow bulbs and extension cords running along the baseboards into a modern battery unit humming near the ice machine. The ice machine was fake. A plywood shell painted silver, hiding a rack of electronics. Old phone switch panels, a laptop, a signal jammer, cheap cameras, batteries, radio equipment. Theo would have loved it if nobody had been bleeding. At the far end, outside 914, Peter was on his knees with his hands zip tied in front of him. Blood ran from his nose onto his shirt. Claire Wallace sat beside the wall with duct tape around one wrist and a bruise swelling under her cheekbone. Alive, terrified, not ghostly, not gone. Ray Holloway stood behind Peter with a box cutter angled at the side of his neck. Beside him was a younger man in a hotel banquet jacket, maybe 30, white, shaking badly, holding a phone in one hand and a roll of tape in the other. His name tag read MILES. Miles Renner, 31, male, from Birmingham, Alabama, was apparently temporary banquet staff, the kind of person hotels hire through agencies and forget to learn. His face looked slick with sweat. He did not look like a mastermind. He looked like a man who had followed a plan until the plan grew teeth. Darrell froze because box cutters are small, but arteries are not. Ray smiled through the alarm. There he is. Nia stepped into the hall behind Darrell. Martin and I came after. Earl stayed in the stairwell, coughing. The smoke alarm shrieked behind us. Sprinklers had not activated yet, thank God. But strobes flashed along the corridor now, turning the red carpet black red, black red, black red. Nia shouted over the alarm, "Ray, it's over." "No," Ray said. "Now it's witnessed." Claire looked at us. "Please help Peter." Peter's eyes found mine. I don't know why mine. Maybe because I had blocked him with the cart. Maybe because I was the least threatening face in the hall. He mouthed something. "Not help me. Sorry." Ray nodded toward room 914. Its door stood open. Inside, I could see an old suite turned into a recording space and storage room, folding tables, stacks of copied documents, hotel ledgers, a portable printer, a camera on a tripod, medical gloves, cigarette butts crushed in a saucer, and Peter's real suitcase open on the bed. "Caleb," Ray said, "pick up the papers on the desk." "No," Nia said. Ray pressed the box cutter harder. Peter whimpered. "I moved," Darrell said, "Kid. I'm just picking up papers." My voice sounded too calm. It scared me. I walked past Miles first. He smelled like sweat and cigarettes. His hands shook so hard the phone screen blurred in the flashing red light. Up close, I could see a small cut on his forearm and black grease on his cuffs from the elevator panel. "You opened Mrs. Bellamy's bag," I said. Miles blinked. "What?" "The insulin." He looked sick. "He said it was leverage." "I didn't mess with it. I didn't, I swear." Ray snapped. "Shut up. A fact. A tiny one, but it landed." I stepped into 914. The room smelled stale, like cigarettes, dust, hot plastic, and old carpet shampoo. The bathroom mirror was cracked in a spiderweb pattern over the sink. A bloody towel lay in the basin. Peter had cut himself there, or been forced against it. On the desk sat a document headed with the Hotel Leander logo. I picked it up. It was a confession, but not Peter's. A forced statement saying he and Claire Wallace had staged their injuries and disappearance to extort the hotel, that they had trespassed on a closed floor, that no staff had harmed them, that the hotel was not liable. Ray didn't want to expose the hotel. He wanted to protect it, or protect someone still tied to it. Nia read my face from the hall. "Caleb," I turned slightly. "It's a waiver." Ray's smile vanished. Miles looked at him. "Said it was going to the owners." "It is," Ray said. "No, you said they'd pay if we got video." "They will." Nia moved half a step closer. "Miles, listen to me. He's using you." Ray barked, "Back up." Darrell shifted his weight. Peter saw it. So did I. The problem was distance. Darrell was too far. Ray had the blade. Claire was taped, but not fully bound. Miles was unraveling. Martin was near the electronics rack, eyes moving over wires. Then Martin yanked one cable from the battery unit. The corridor lights died. Only red alarm strobes remained. Ray reacted to darkness like an old hotel man, not a fighter. He looked toward the lights first. Peter threw his weight sideways. The box cutter sliced. Peter screamed, but he moved out of the blade's clean path, taking it across the shoulder instead of the throat. Blood showed immediately through his shirt, dark and fast, but not spraying. Darrell charged. Miles panicked and swung the phone at him, uselessly. Darrell hit Miles low with his shoulder, driving him into the fake ice machine. Electronics crashed. Sparks snapped. Miles went down shouting. Ray tried to pull Peter back, but Claire kicked him from the floor, her heel catching his knee. Not graceful, desperate, enough. I grabbed the heavy green 914 key fob from the desk and threw it. It hit Ray in the cheek. Not hard enough to stop him, but hard enough to make him turn his head. Nia tackled him. She was not bigger than him. She was not stronger. She just hit him at the exact moment he had lost balance, and both of them went down on the red carpet. The box cutter skittered toward the wall. Ray reached for it. So did I. My injured arm failed as soon as my fingers closed around the handle. Pain flashed white hot. I gasped and dropped it. Ray's hand closed on my wrist. His fingers dug into the same bruised place the elevator had crushed, and I made a sound so raw I hated him for hearing it. Then Martin stepped on Ray's hand. Hard. There was a crunch. Ray howled. Darrell pinned Miles with one knee, then twisted around and helped Nia wrench Ray's arms behind his back. No handcuffs. He used zip ties from Ray's own table. One around Ray's wrists, one around Miles's. The alarm kept screaming. Claire crawled to Peter. Pete, look at me. Peter was conscious, but gray-faced. Blood spread down his sleeve from the shoulder cut. Mara and Lewis were still trapped below. Lise were still outside. We had stopped the blade, not the bleeding. Nia tore off her blazer and pressed it hard to Peter's shoulder. He screamed again. Sorry, she said, voice shaking. I know. Martin pulled a pocket knife and cut the tape from Claire's wrist. Can you walk? She nodded, then tried and almost fell. I looked into room 914 again. Camera tripod, documents, phone switch, elevator override fobs, a printed list of guest names and room numbers. Mrs. Bellamy, Peter Wallace, others, not random, selected, a guest with medicine, a guest with an out-of-town spouse, a new bellhop. Nia saw the list too. For once, she looked as young and scared as the rest of us. Darrell hauled Ray upright. Why? Ray spat blood onto the carpet. The key fob had split his cheek. You think this place changes. Different owners, same rot. People sign, people vanish into settlements, staff take blame. I gave them a story they'd understand. You kidnapped people, Nia said. I borrowed guests from a hotel that already did worse. Miles, crying now, said, You told me nobody would get hurt. Ray looked at him with disgust. People always get hurt. From the stairwell came a massive metallic boom. Then another. The lobby door below was being forced. Police or fire. Real help, finally, arriving too late to make the choice for us. But the 9th floor door behind us began closing. The alarm release was cycling back. Martin saw it. Move, now. Darrell shoved Miles toward the stairwell. Nia and Claire tried to lift Peter. He nearly passed out. I grabbed his uninjured side with my good arm. Pain ran through me from wrist to shoulder, but I held on because there was nowhere left to put fear except into movement. We dragged him, not heroically, badly. His shoes caught on the carpet. Claire sobbed his name. Nia kept pressure on the wound while walking backward. Darrell cursed at Miles to move. Martin pushed Ray ahead with one hand twisted in his collar. The door was halfway shut. Earl, from the landing, wedged his flashlight into the frame. The door hit it. The flashlight bent. Go, Earl shouted. Miles stumbled through first. Darrell threw him down the stairs onto the landing harder than he needed to, but not harder than I wanted. Ray next, shoved by Martin. Claire. Then Peter, bleeding onto the threshold. For one terrible second, his foot caught. The door pressed against Earl's flashlight. Metal groaned. I reached down with my injured arm because instinct is stupid, and pain is persuasive, but not always in charge. My fingers hooked Peter's shoe. I pulled. Something in my wrist popped. Peter slid through. I fell backward onto the landing as the 9th floor door slammed shut behind us, crushing Earl's flashlight with a final metallic crack. Darkness folded over the seam. The warm yellow light was gone. Below, the lobby fire door burst open, and white flashlight beams swept up the stairwell. "Police," someone shouted. "Hands where we can see them," Darrell laughed once, wild and breathless. Then he raised both hands, still kneeling on Miles. Nia kept both hands pressed to Peter's shoulder and shouted, "We need medics." Claire sat on the concrete step with Peter's head in her lap, saying his name over and over in a voice that had gone flat from shock. Martin leaned against the wall, chest heaving. Ray Holloway lay zip-tied on the landing, cheek bleeding, one hand already swelling where Martin had crushed it. He looked up at me and smiled with red teeth. "You opened it," he said. I wanted to answer. I wanted to say something sharp or brave or final. Instead, I held my wrist against my chest and listened to the building around us. Alarms shrieking, radios barking, rain ticking somewhere far away. And behind the sealed 9th floor door, very faintly, one last sound. Ding. An elevator chime. Then nothing. By the time they got Peter down to the lobby, the front doors had already been broken open. Not opened, broken. One of the glass panels beside the revolving door had been punched inward by firefighters, and rain came through the gap in cold sheets, carrying the smell of wet asphalt, exhaust, and the bitter smoke from the flare they had used outside to mark the curb. The lobby looked smaller with emergency crews inside it. Less elegant, less like a hotel. The marble floor was smeared with muddy boot prints and little streaks of blood. Someone had knocked over the orchid arrangement, and white petals lay crushed under a paramedic's knee, while Mara cut away Peter Wallace's shirt. Nobody cared about the flowers. That was the first ordinary thing to come back. Priorities. Peter was conscious, which everyone kept saying like it meant he was fine. He was. The cut across his shoulder was deep enough that Lewis packed gauze into it and told him, very calmly, to stop trying to sit up unless he wanted to pass out, and hit his head too. Claire Wallace sat on the floor beside him with a foil blanket around her shoulders. She kept one hand wrapped around Peter's ankle, not his hand, not his shoulder, because every other part of him seemed to hurt. Her fingers were white from squeezing. Nia stayed with them until the police separated everyone. I remember that part clearly because she didn't argue. Nia argued about everything when there was still something useful to argue about. But when the officer with the rain-dark uniform said, "Ma'am, I need you over here," she nodded, wiped Peter's blood on her ruined blazer without seeming to notice, and walked to the front desk like she was going to check someone in. She stood there under the half-dead lobby lights, hands flat on the counter, staring at the computer monitor that had gone black. I sat on the bottom stair with my wrist in my lap while a firefighter asked me my name 3 times. "Caleb Rusk," I said. "You work here 6 days." He looked up from his notepad. I almost laughed, but my throat hurt too much from the smoke. Yeah, my wrist had swollen into an ugly shape by then. Not cartoonishly bad, not bent the wrong direction, but thick and hot and wrong under the skin. Every pulse felt like someone tightening a screw. When Mara finally got to me, she took one look and said, "You're going to the ER. I can wait." "You are waiting in the ambulance. I need to give a statement." "You can give it with an ice pack." That was Mara, practical to the end. She wrapped my wrist with a splint that smelled like clean foam and adhesive, then pressed a cold pack against the bruised purple band on my forearm where the elevator doors had squeezed me. Her own hands were shaking slightly when she tore the tape, but her voice didn't change. Across the lobby, Darrell sat in a chair near the bar with a blood pressure cuff around one arm while an officer questioned him. His baton lay in a clear evidence bag on the table beside him. He kept looking toward the stairwell as if someone might still come down from it. And every time a radio crackled, his shoulders jerked. Martin refused to sit until Earl was loaded out. Earl Voss came through the lobby on a stretcher with a bandage wrapped around his head, one eye half swollen shut, and still managed to complain about being carried like a damn wedding cake. Martin walked beside him all the way to the broken front window, one hand hovering near the rail of the stretcher without touching it. When Earl was lifted into the ambulance, he raised 2 fingers in something between a wave and an insult. Martin watched the ambulance doors close. Then he went outside into the rain and vomited into the planter under the awning. Nobody said anything. There are moments when kindness is just looking away. Theo had a bruise blooming along his cheekbone from Peter's elbow and a piece of tape holding his cracked glasses together. He moved around the lobby in small, careful bursts, giving police copies of camera exports, guest lists, keycard reports, and the photos he had taken of the old sleeve marked 914. He looked fragile and furious, which for Theo meant he made fewer jokes. Only one landed. When an officer asked him whether the hotel had a history of security irregularities, Theo said, "Would you like that alphabetically or chronologically?" The officer did not laugh. I did once, and immediately regretted it because it turned into coughing. Ray Holloway and Miles Renner were brought down separately. Miles came first. He was crying so hard that his nose ran onto his upper lip. He had a bruise on one temple and zip ties still on his wrists until an officer replaced them with cuffs. When he passed the front desk, he looked at Nia and said, "I didn't know he'd cut him." Nia didn't answer. "I didn't," Miles said again, like repetition could make it matter more. Darrell stood up halfway, but the officer beside him put a hand on his shoulder and pushed him back into the chair. Ray came down after that. He walked. That bothered me more than it should have. His cheek was split where the key fob had hit him, and one hand was already swelling from Martin's boot. But he walked under his own power between 2 officers with his chin raised. His gray hair was damp with sweat. There was blood on his collar. He looked less like a monster than like a retired manager asked to leave a restaurant after insulting the staff. When he passed me, he turned his head. "You'll learn," he said. One of the officers shoved him forward. "Keep walking." Ray smiled without looking back. "Everybody does." I wanted that to mean nothing. It didn't. The police found the 9th floor corridor exactly as we had left it, except the door had locked again. Firefighters had to cut through the magnetic plate with a saw that shrieked through the stairwell for nearly 10 minutes. They took out the fake ice machine rack, the battery units, the radio jammer, the phones, the laptop, the camera, the printer, the box of old key sleeves, and 3 binders of documents wrapped in plastic. They also found Peter's real suitcase open on the bed in 914. Claire's purse was in the bathroom cabinet. Her phone was smashed in the toilet tank. There were zip ties, hotel towels, duct tape, 2 disposable prepaid phones, cigarette butts in a saucer, and copies of old incident reports dating back more than 20 years. One report involved a woman who had overdosed in a private suite before the 9th floor was sealed. One involved a housekeeper who claimed management had changed her time card after a guest assaulted her. One involved a guest who fell down a service stairwell and signed a settlement 2 days later while still hospitalized. The officers didn't tell us all that in the lobby. Not officially. Pieces came out through questions, through Theo overhearing names, through Martin recognizing dates, through Nia standing close enough to catch words she probably wished she hadn't. By 3 a.m, the Leander had stopped pretending. Guests were moved to 2 other hotels by bus and rideshare, many of them wrapped in hotel blankets against the rain. Some were angry because people get angry when fear has nowhere polite to go. A man in a bathrobe demanded a refund, while Peter Wallace was being loaded into an ambulance 10 feet away. Mrs. Bellamy sat in the bar with Mara watching her blood sugar readings and said, in a brittle voice, that she had stayed in worse places in Miami. Her insulin had not been tampered with. Lewis checked the packaging. Mara checked the medication. Later, the hospital checked again. Miles had removed it, yes, but according to him, he had panicked after reading the label and put it back in the elevator with the note because Ray told him they needed pressure. And Miles realized too late that pressure could kill an old woman faster than any blade. That did not make him innocent. It made him human in the most useless way. Peter needed 31 stitches across his shoulder and another 7 in his hand. He had 2 cracked ribs, a broken nose, dehydration, and bruises on both wrists from zip ties. Claire had a concussion, a sprained wrist, and bruising along one cheek and upper arm. Neither of them checked out that night. A police officer rode in the ambulance with them. I heard Peter ask for Nia before they left. She went to him. He said something I couldn't hear. She bent close, nodded once, and touched Claire's shoulder with 2 fingers. Not a hug, not enough for a camera. Just enough to say, "I see you." I'm sorry this place did not. Then Peter was gone. Claire too. Nia stood in the rain after the ambulance pulled away, her hair damp, her white shirt spotted with blood, watching the red lights shrink down St. Charles Avenue until they blurred into traffic. I did go to the ER. Not heroically. Not after finishing my shift. Mara threatened to write me up to my own imaginary supervisor if I refused, so I went with Earl in the second ambulance. My wrist was fractured, small bone near the base of the thumb. The doctor said it like small meant less painful. My forearm had deep bruising, but no compartment injury, which apparently was the thing they were worried about. I got a splint, pain medication I didn't want to take because I had seen enough altered people for one night, and discharge papers printed on warm hospital paper at 5:42 a.m. Earl got 12 stitches and a lecture about concussions. He slept through most of it. Martin picked us both up in a maintenance van that smelled like oil, rain, and mint gum. None of us talked for the first 10 minutes. Dawn came gray over New Orleans, the kind of morning where the city looks rinsed but not clean. Streetcars had started moving again. Workers hosed the sidewalk outside a restaurant. A man in a Saints hoodie swept broken leaves from a curb, as if the world had not almost closed over us in a hotel stairwell. At a red light, Earl opened one eye and said, "I'm retiring." Martin said, "You said that in 2016. I mean it this time. You meant it then. I mean it louder." That was the closest we came to laughing. The Hotel Leander closed for emergency infrastructure evaluation, according to the statement released that afternoon. The statement mentioned a security breach, an unauthorized former employee, and cooperation with law enforcement. It did not mention guests on the 9th floor never checking out. It did not mention Ray's phrase about the folio closing at 11. It did not mention how easily old systems can be turned into traps when everyone assumes someone else understands them. Ray Holloway was charged with kidnapping, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, extortion, tampering with evidence, and a list of technical crimes tied to communications interference and building access. Miles Renner took a deal later, or so Theo told me, because Theo followed case updates with the attention most people reserve for sports. Nia quit before the hotel reopened. She did not make a speech. She sent one email to corporate, copied the police detective, and attached every scan Theo had saved. And she packed her desk into a grocery bag, hand cream, ginger candy stolen from Theo, 2 phone chargers, a framed photo of her mother at Lake Pontchartrain, and a pair of shoes she said had been office emergency only since 2021. I saw her outside the hotel a week later because I went back for my last check. My arm was in a splint. My red jacket was in a plastic garment bag under my good arm, cleaned and pressed like it had not been part of anything. "You coming back?" she asked. "No, good. You? No, good." We stood under the green awning while contractors carried equipment through the side door. Someone had already replaced the broken glass. The lobby beyond looked almost normal from where we stood. Polished floor, flowers back on the table, the chandelier cleaned. A sign near the desk said, "We look forward to welcoming you back soon," in tasteful gold letters. Nia looked at it and made a sound in her throat. "What?" I asked. "Nothing, just hotel language." Theo stayed long enough to testify, then transferred to property in Chicago that had only 5 floors and, according to him, a morally acceptable number of elevators. Darrell kept working security, but not at hotels. Last I heard, he took a job at a museum, which made sense to me. Museums lock up dead things behind glass. Hotels dress them in fresh sheets and rent the room again. Martin retired 3 months later, officially due to his knee. Unofficially, he told me over coffee that he kept hearing elevator chimes while sitting in his apartment with no elevator in the building. Old wiring in my head, he said. Maybe. Peter and Claire sent a letter to the staff through their attorney. It was careful and legal sounding, but at the bottom, Claire had written one sentence by hand. "Thank you for opening the door." I kept that part, not the whole letter, just a photo of that line on my phone. For a while, I thought the worst part would be remembering the 9th floor itself. The red carpet, the fake ice machine, Ray's box cutter against Peter's neck. But memory is rude. It keeps the small things, the buzz of the suitcase phone, the smell of sanitizer smoke, the little clack Mrs. Bellamy's insulin case made when the service elevator delivered it like room service, Theo's cracked glasses, Earl's crushed flashlight, Nia's voice saying, "Nobody gets in," before all of us did. I found another bellhop job eventually at a business hotel near the airport. 3 floors. No history worth selling. My manager there thought I was strange because I checked stairwell doors at the beginning of every shift and kept a cheap flashlight in my pocket. I didn't explain. I just said old habits and smiled the way hotel workers smile when guests ask questions that have answers they do not want. Sometimes, when I carry luggage down a quiet corridor, I still listen for sounds inside the walls. Pipes, elevators, ice machines, phones vibrating where no phone should be. Most sounds explain themselves if you wait long enough. That's what I tell myself. Buildings are machines with bad memories. People are worse. The Leander reopened 7 months later under a new ownership group. They renumbered the upper floors, removed the old service elevator, turned the 9th floor into administrative wellness space, whatever that means. The website shows clean photographs now, white bedding, brass fixtures, smiling staff, a rooftop view that does not include the sealed rear stack. I checked once, only once. Room 914 does not appear on the booking page, but if you call the main hotel number after midnight and let the automated menu repeat itself 3 times, there is a small gap before it loops back to the beginning. Half a second, maybe less. In that gap, under the hold music, there is sometimes a click, then one polite chime, like an elevator arriving on a floor nobody admits is there. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is My Email Inbox Has Messages from Myself 10 Years Later. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first email from me arrived at 6:12 on a Tuesday morning, while I was standing barefoot in my kitchen, waiting for the kettle to stop screaming. Not metaphorically screaming, actually screaming. The cheap stainless steel one my landlord had left behind when I moved into the apartment had a whistle that started as a thin, polite whine and built into something sharp enough to make the glass jars above the sink tremble. I was half awake, one shoulder pressed into the fridge, watching condensation slide down the window over the fire escape. Outside, Brooklyn was doing that gray early spring thing where the sky looked like wet paper, and every truck on Atlantic Avenue sounded like it was dragging chains behind it. My phone buzzed on the counter. I glanced down expecting a work email, maybe another passive-aggressive calendar invite from someone in marketing who believed 8:00 a.m. was a reasonable time for human speech. Instead, the notification said, "From me subject. Don't answer the survey email." For a second, I thought I had scheduled something and forgotten. That would have been embarrassing, but not impossible. I worked in digital compliance for a health tech company, which meant I spent most of my days staring at timestamps, audit trails, and subject lines written by lawyers trying to sound friendly. I had automation tools for everything: reminders, filters, delayed sends, drafts that I wrote at midnight and regretted by breakfast. The kettle shrieked louder. I tapped the notification with my thumb. My name is Evan Mercer, 32, male, born in Ohio, currently renting a narrow one-bedroom apartment in Bowerham Hill that always smelled faintly of radiator dust no matter how many times I cleaned it. I was the kind of person who kept receipts in folders, used two-factor authentication on everything, and still checked the stove twice before leaving home. My private flaw, if I'm being honest, was that I trusted systems more than people, because systems at least pretended to show their. The email opened. At first glance, it looked like spam wearing my face. The sender name was Evan Mercer. The email address was mine, not a lookalike with an extra period or a swapped letter. Mine, same Gmail account I'd had since college, same stupid username built from my last name, and the year I thought sounded cool when I was 19. The message body was short. Do not answer the workplace wellness survey email when it comes in today. Do not click any link inside it. Do not forward it to it. Archive it and leave it alone. You won't believe the rest yet. I read it twice, then a third time, slower, as the kettle boiled itself hoarse beside me. It was explainable. That was the important thing. Email spoofing existed. Account compromise existed. Someone could forge sender headers, especially if they were bored, skilled, or mean. My job had trained me not to panic at strange digital artifacts. The internet was mostly plumbing, and plumbing backed up in disgusting ways. I put the phone down, turned off the burner, and stood there listening to the sudden quiet. The whistle died with a little metal sigh. Water clicked inside the kettle. A delivery truck beeped backward somewhere below my window. 3 flat notes swallowed by wet traffic. Okay, I said aloud to no one. My apartment answered with the old radiator ticking in the corner. I poured coffee over grounds in the chipped blue ceramic dripper my sister had given me 2 Christmases earlier. My hands were steady until I missed the mug by half an inch and sent hot water across the counter. Not enough to burn me, enough to make me swear and snatch a dish towel from the oven handle. That was when my phone buzzed again. This time it was a text from Mara Lynn, 31, female, my closest friend in the city, and a staff nurse at New York Presbyterian Lower Manhattan. Mara had the practical calm of someone who had once eaten a granola bar while holding pressure on a stranger's scalp wound. She also had a habit of texting like she was already halfway through a conversation. Mara, you alive? Mara, you promised coffee before work if my shift didn't kill me. I stared at the email for another few seconds before locking my phone. Me, alive. Weird morning. Come up. Mara arrived 18 minutes later, wearing black scrubs under a rain jacket, her dark hair jammed into a knot that had given up on symmetry. She carried 2 paper bags from the corner bodega and smelled like hospital soap, Subway air, and toasted everything bagel. You look awful, she said as soon as I opened the door. Good morning to you too. No, I mean specifically haunted by a spreadsheet. That's just my face. She stepped around me, kicked off wet sneakers by the mat, and went straight to my kitchen like she owned stock in the place. Mara had been doing that since we met 6 years earlier at a friend's birthday in Fort Greene, where she found me hiding from karaoke near the recycling bins and asked if I was anxious or just pretentious. We had been friends ever since. She dropped the bags on the counter and pointed at the towel soaking up spilled coffee. Crime scene. Small appliance incident. Those kill more people than sharks. I don't think that's true. It feels true. She handed me a bagel wrapped in wax paper. Sesame seeds stuck to the damp sleeve of her jacket. Normal morning. Normal kitchen. Rain ticking against the window air conditioner. A neighbor's shower pipes groaning through the wall. Mara tearing open cream cheese packets with her teeth because she had no patience for tabs. I almost didn't show her. That's the part I keep coming back to. How close I came to eating breakfast, making a joke about HR emails, and letting the day move over me like any other gray Tuesday. But secrets made me itchy. Not moral secrets, practical ones, loose ends, unlabeled wires. So I said, I got a weird email. Mara looked up. From who? Me. She stopped spreading cream cheese. Okay, she said. I need the long version of that sentence. I handed her the phone. She wiped her thumb on a napkin before touching the screen, which was such a Mara detail it almost made me smile. She read the message, then tapped the sender name, then expanded the details. Could be spoofed, she said. That was my first thought. Did you check login activity? Not yet. She gave me a look. I was making coffee. Your phone thinks it got an email from future you and you made pour over. Routine is important in a crisis. This is not a crisis yet. This is probably some guy in Belarus with your email in a dump. That's oddly comforting. I do what I can. I took the phone back and opened my Google account security page. My thumb moved from habit. Password manager. Face ID, security checkup, recent activity. Everything looked normal. My laptop sat open on the small table near the window, buried under mail. A library book about municipal corruption I was pretending to read, and a coil of phone chargers that had somehow braided themselves together overnight. I sat down and logged in properly. The apartment had that soft, damp quiet that comes after rain starts settling into brick. The window glass fuzzed the view of the fire escape. Across the narrow gap between buildings, somebody had taped a cardboard sign inside their window that said, "Please stop smoking on the stairs," in red marker. Below us, a bus hissed at the curb. Mara leaned over my shoulder while I clicked through account activity. "No unfamiliar devices," I said. "That can be faked. Not easily, not for Gmail, not without leaving something." "You say that like a man tempting the universe." I clicked into the original message and selected Show Original. The headers opened in a dense block of routing data. Most people see that stuff and glaze over. I find it soothing. Lines of text pretending the world is traceable. Received from SPF, DKIM, DMARC, authentication results. Passed, passed, passed. My stomach made a small, unpleasant turn. Mara noticed. "What?" "It authenticated, in nurse words. The message passed checks that say it came from my account. Could still mean your account got accessed. Maybe, Evan. I know." She pulled out the chair beside me and sat, her expression shifting from teasing to careful. Mara was good at that. She could make a joke while checking your pupils. She could laugh with you and still notice if you were bleeding. "Okay," she said. "Change your password, revoke app access, check forwarding rules, the boring stuff." "I'm doing the boring stuff." "Good. Boring keeps people alive." The word alive sat there for half a second too long. I changed my password. I revoked access to 3 old apps I didn't recognize right away, and then did, vaguely, from years of trial subscriptions and productivity experiments. I checked filters. Nothing strange, no forwarding addresses, no recovery phone changes, no new security alerts. Then I searched my sent folder. There was no copy of the message. That made my fingers pause over the keyboard. Mara saw it too. Delayed send. No. Draft deleted. Would still leave traces sometimes. Maybe trash. Maybe activity. Maybe not. Maybe not, I admitted. I hated that answer. The thing about my work is that it had trained me to respect the difference between impossible and merely inconvenient. Most digital mysteries were not mysteries. They were logs you hadn't found yet, settings you forgot existed, or someone lying in a way you had not considered. A message from your own account with no sent copy was strange. But strange was not impossible. I told myself that. Then my work laptop chimed. Not my personal laptop. The black company issued Dell on the shelf by the door, the one I was supposed to use only through VPN, and only for things that made our legal team happy. Its lid was closed. The chime came through anyway, muffled but distinct. Mara and I both looked at it. "That," she said, "was dramatic. It's probably Slack." Does Slack know it is timing? I got up and opened the Dell. The screen woke to company lock screen with the usual rotating photograph of mountains I had never visited. I signed in. Outlook opened automatically because Outlook behaved like a raccoon in a pantry. There it was. Workplace Wellness Survey, 2 minutes to help us improve. Sent at 6:47 a.m. from Human Resources. Bright little company logo. Blue button. Cheerful preview text. My mouth went dry in an ordinary, physical way, like I had slept with the heat on. Mara whispered, "No, lots of companies send wellness surveys. Did you know this was coming?" "No, maybe future you works in HR. Not funny. It wasn't supposed to be." I didn't open it. I just stared at the preview pane. The subject line in the email from myself had been exact. Not some wellness thing. Not HR survey. Exact enough to make the room feel narrower. The radiator clicked twice. Mara stood behind me, close enough that I could hear her breathing through her nose. Sighed, tires whispered over wet pavement. Somewhere upstairs, a dog barked once and then stopped, as if corrected. "Could be a phishing test," she said. I nodded too quickly. "Yes, that's likely. HR sends simulated phishing campaigns. Compliance awareness. Maybe someone included me in the pilot. And spoofed your personal email first. No, that part is less likely. Evan, I'm thinking. I can see that. It's the face you make when you're about to turn into a flowchart." I almost laughed. It came out as a breath. My phone rang before either of us said anything else. The name on the screen was Caleb Ortiz, 34, male, senior IT security analyst at my company, and the closest thing I had to a work friend. Caleb lived in Queens, wore Mets caps on video calls even in winter, and had the permanently exhausted humor of someone who spent his days explaining to executives that password 123 was not secure because it had punctuation. I answered on speaker. "Tell me you didn't click it," Caleb said. Mara's eyebrows lifted. "Good morning," I said. "No, bad morning. Did you click the wellness survey?" "No, did you get it?" "Yes, don't open it." I looked at Mara. Mara mouthed, "What the hell?" "Why?" I asked. Caleb exhaled hard, and I heard office noise behind him. A printer warming up, somebody laughing too loudly, the low hum of fluorescent lights through a bad microphone. "Because something's wrong with it," he said. "We're seeing weird redirects on a subset of recipients." Define weird. I'm not defining anything until I know if this line is clean. You called my personal cell. Because your Teams is offline and your work email is obviously part of the issue. Is this a phishing simulation? No, you sure? Evan, I am the guy they yell at after the phishing simulations. This is not ours. Mara folded her arms and leaned against the counter, suddenly very still. Caleb kept talking. "Do not forward it. Do not report it through the plugin. That's the weird part. When people report it, the submitted copy is coming through altered. Links are different. Headers are different. We're trying to quarantine." My throat tightened. "Caleb," I said, "did anyone receive a warning before it arrived?" A pause. "What kind of warning?" The kettle, cooling on the stove, made a small metallic pop. "An email," I said, "personal account. Spoofed to look self-sent." Another pause. Longer. Mara's eyes moved from me to the phone. Caleb lowered his voice. "Who else is in the room with you?" "My friend Mara." "Hi," Mara said flatly. "Hi, Evan, listen. Don't delete anything. Screenshot it. Export the original if you know how. Then get off your home Wi-Fi." "Why?" "Because I don't know what I'm looking at yet, and I don't like mysteries before coffee." That sounded like Caleb, but the strain under it didn't. "What happened?" I asked. "I can't say on the phone." Can't or whoa, both. The call clicked with background movement. Someone near Caleb said his name sharply. He covered the receiver, but not enough. I caught fragments. "Another one, legal says don't. Same sender pattern." Then Caleb came back. "I'll send you instructions through Signal." "You don't have Signal." "I do now. Download it." The call ended. For several seconds, neither Mara nor I moved. The apartment felt different after the line went dead. Not haunted, not cinematic, just crowded. Like every device in the room had become a person pretending not to listen. My personal laptop sat open on the table. My work laptop glowed beside it. My phone warmed in my hand. The router blinked on the bookshelf. Green light, amber, green light. Rain ticked at the glass. The radiator hissed. Mara reached over and closed the work laptop with one finger. "Shoes," she said. "What?" "Put shoes on. You are standing barefoot in a room full of electronics and dread." I looked down. She was right. I was barefoot, one toe pressing into a sesame seed on the floor. That almost broke the tension. Almost. I put on socks and sneakers while Mara took charge in the way she did when uncertainty annoyed her. She unplugged the kettle. She checked the deadbolt. She asked if my landlord had access to the router, which was such an unexpected question that I answered honestly before wondering why. "No." "Good. You think my landlord hacked HR?" "I think men named Gary with spare keys are always relevant. My landlord's name is Dennis." Same energy. While I laced my shoes, I kept seeing the subject line. Don't answer the survey email. Not don't open. Don't click. Don't forward. Archive it and leave it alone. That instruction bothered me more than the prediction. It was specific in the wrong direction. Anyone warning me about a phishing email would tell me to report it. Caleb had told me not to report it because the reporting tool altered the copy. But the email from myself had known that before Caleb did, or before he told me. Unless Caleb sent it. Unless it sent it. Unless someone had access to both systems and was playing a game. Unless. That was where my mind lived when I let it run. Not fear exactly, but branching paths, each one darker than the last because none of them closed. Mara snapped her fingers once in front of my face. Not loud, just enough. "Stay here," she said. "I'm here." "No, you're 12 tabs deep inside your skull. Come back." I swallowed. "I'm back." "Good. What's the move?" I looked at my phone. Signal was still not installed. Caleb had not texted again. My work inbox sat sealed behind the closed laptop. My personal Gmail remained open on the other machine, with the impossible-looking message waiting in a tab. The rational move was obvious. Preserve evidence. Disconnect from the network. Contact security. Do not engage. But the message had not said disconnect. It had said archive it. Leave it alone. And Caleb had said don't delete anything. 2 instructions, both plausible, both incompatible in spirit. Mara must have seen the argument on my face because she softened a little. "Evan," she said, "you trust logs because they don't ask you to trust them. I get that. But right now somebody is using that against you. Whether it's a hacker, your company, or some idiot with too much access, they know you'll want to verify everything before moving. I stared at her. That was disturbingly accurate. I've known you 6 years. You once made me wait outside a ramen place while you read the Department of Health grade explanation taped in the window. It was a bee, it was soup. A laugh escaped me then, small and ugly, but real. Mara picked up her bag and slung it over one shoulder. We can go to my place. Different Wi-Fi. Or we can go to your office, find Caleb, and make this someone else's fluorescent lit problem. Or you can stay here and stare at headers until your eyes fall out. My office is in Soho. Great, trains exist. I'm not supposed to bring personal devices into the secure area. Then don't. Bring yourself. I looked around my apartment. The coffee on the counter had gone cold. The bagel sat half-eaten, cream cheese drying at the edges. My work laptop waited closed, a matte black rectangle with my company asset sticker peeling at one corner. My personal laptop still showed the email like a note slid under a locked door. Then my phone buzzed again. Not a call, not Caleb. Another Gmail notification. From me subject, if Mara is there, don't let her come with you. Mara saw my face change. What? She asked. I didn't answer. She stepped closer, and the floorboard near the sink gave its usual soft creak under her boot. I turned the phone before I could decide not to. She read it. The rain kept tapping the air conditioner. A siren rose somewhere far away, Dopplering through traffic, then fading toward downtown. Mara's jaw tightened, not in fear, in offense. Well, she said quietly, that's rude. I tried to smile. I failed. The new message sat unopened on my lock screen, bright and neat and impossible to ignore. My thumb hovered over it. Open it, and we were engaging. Ignore it, and we were obeying. Archive the first message. Preserve everything. Go to Caleb. Stay home. Take Mara. Leave her behind. Every option felt like a door with something breathing on the other side, except breathing was too dramatic. It felt like choosing which mistake would be easiest to explain later. Mara reached for her rain jacket zipper and pulled it all the way up. You're not deciding that based on an email, she said. I know. Good. But I didn't know. Not yet. I stood between the two laptops, phone in hand, listening to the router blink and the old pipes knock inside the walls, trying to decide whether to open a message from myself that already seemed to know who was standing in my kitchen. And beside me, Mara waited, not patiently, but there. The second email stayed unopened for maybe 15 seconds. It felt longer because both of us were pretending not to move. Mara had one hand on the strap of her bag, the other hovering near my elbow like she wanted to stop me from doing something stupid, but didn't know which stupid thing would happen first. The phone screen dimmed once. I tapped it awake. From me subject. If Mara is there, don't let her come with you. That's bait, Mara said. Probably. Then don't bite. I'm not biting. I'm reading the label on the trap. That is a very Evan sentence. I should have locked the phone and put it in a drawer. I should have taken screenshots, exported headers, changed networks, called Caleb back from a landline like it was 1998. I should have done any of the boring things that keep a bad morning from growing teeth. Instead, I opened it. The message had no greeting this time. You have less than 40 minutes before they wipe the endpoint logs. Do not bring Mara into the office. Do not use your badge at the front entrance. The survey is not the attack. It is the cover. If you still keep the yellow Metro card in your desk drawer, take it. Imara leaned in and read over my shoulder. She smelled like rain and everything bagel seasoning. Endpoint logs, she said. Device activity. Workstations, servers, laptops, security telemetry. 40 minutes until who wipes them? I don't know. You're saying that too calmly. I'm not calm. I'm inventorying panic. The phone showed 6:58 a.m. 40 minutes meant 7:38. It meant the kind of narrow window that makes a person do dumb math. My office in Soho was usually 25 minutes by train if the subway behaved, which it did when no one needed it to. By car, maybe 35 in rain, probably worse. By staying home, infinite. Mara took one step back. You are not going to your office because an email from future you told you to. It didn't say future. It signed with your initial and knew my name. It could be someone watching us. She looked toward the window so fast it made me look too. The building across the gap was just brick, wet fire escape, window glass, reflecting a pale square of morning. The red marker sign was still taped inside one apartment window. No silhouette, no camera lens, no person in a hood like in a bad movie. Just a plastic grocery bag caught on the railing, shivering whenever wind came down the alley. Mara lowered her voice. That was not better. I know. Someone watching us is not better than impossible email. It's more plausible. Evan, that doesn't mean I like it. A hard little knock came from inside the wall, pipes shifting. Mara flinched and immediately looked annoyed at herself. My work laptop chimed again on the table. We both turned. That thing is closed, Mara said. Outlook notifications can still. Don't explain the demon rectangle to me. It's not a demon rectangle. It is today. I opened the laptop only far enough to wake the screen. A message banner sat over the lock screen, bold and corporate. Mandatory security, reset action required by 7:45 a.m. from IT operations. My pulse moved into my throat. Mara read it upside down. That normal? No. What happens at 7:45? If it's real, forced reboot. Device management reset. Could clear volatile logs. Could rotate certificates. Could push a patch. And if it's fake, then someone wants me to click it. So don't. I'm not. I logged in without opening the message, opened our endpoint protection console through the bookmarked admin portal, and got the first actual confirmation that the morning was no longer just strange. Access denied. Not password wrong. Not VPN error. Not maintenance page. Your administrator privileges have been temporarily suspended pending policy review. I stared at the words until they started to flatten. Mara stood behind me. Bad. Very. Can Caleb do it? He has higher access. Then call him. I did. It rang twice, then went straight to voicemail. I called again. Voicemail. Mara pulled her own phone from her pocket. Give me his number. He won't answer an unknown number. Great. Then he'll be consistent. I recited it. She called, same result. Then my personal phone buzzed with a Signal notification. Caleb ORTIZ joined Signal. A second later, CALEB, do not call. CALEB, are you alone? CALEB, need you in building by 7:30 if you can make it. Use loading entrance on Crosby. Badge reader there may still be logging locally. CALEB, bring laptop closed. Do not connect it to Wi-Fi. Caleb, if you see Denise from HR, don't talk to her. Mara read every line because I didn't bother hiding it. Denise from HR, she asked. Denise Hart, Director of People Ops. Late 40s, terrifying smile. Mara blinked. People Ops sounds like what a cult calls kidnapping. She sends birthday cupcakes. Cults can bake, I typed back. Me, explain. The reply came almost instantly. Caleb, not here. Logs show your account created exception rule at 4:13 a.m. Also, HR survey payload references your employee ID specifically. I need your device. I had not been awake at 4:13. I knew that because I had been sleeping badly, face down, with one arm numb under the pillow, listening to a garbage truck work its way down the block around 3:50. I remembered checking the clock, hating the clock, and then nothing until the kettle. Mara watched me read. What exception rule could be an allow list, could be a bypass. English. My account may have been used to make something dangerous look trusted. Her expression changed. The joke left first, then the impatience. So this isn't just your inbox. No, and if they wipe the logs, then proving who did what gets harder. Would that make it look like you did it? I didn't answer right away. The apartment gave a small electrical hum from the fridge compressor kicking on. It rattled something loose inside the freezer. Outside, a bus sighed at the curb, and someone shouted after it, their voice thin through the wet glass. That's the personal part, I said. Mara didn't push. She just waited, rubbed my eyes with the heels of my hands. 3 years ago, at my last job, I flagged an audit issue too late. Not malicious, just late. A vendor had been mishandling patient export files, and I trusted the internal report because the internal report said all transfers were accounted for. They weren't. Nobody died. Nobody went bankrupt. But 40,000 people got breach notices in the mail with my department's name in the footer. Mara's face softened. She knew pieces of this, not all of it. I had given her the version with edges sanded off. You weren't the only person there, she said. No, but I was the person who kept saying the logs looked fine. The words sat between us, plain and ugly. That was my private fear, not hackers, not even being watched. My fear was simpler and more humiliating, that when something finally mattered, I would trust the wrong record because it was formatted correctly. Mara tucked her phone away. Then, we don't let someone else write the record. Looked at her. We go, she said. The email said not to bring you. Yeah, and weirdly, I don't take orders from malware. Mara, no, you have been awake all night. I have also been awake for worse reasons. This could involve my company, compromised devices, maybe physical surveillance. Then you need a witness who is not on your payroll. You are not a security guard. You are not Jason Bourne. Obviously. You once pulled a muscle opening a jar of olives. They were vacuum sealed. Deep state olives, sure. I almost smiled again. Almost. Then the work laptop displayed another notification. Security reset begins in 42 minutes. Save your work. The time on the bottom corner was 7:03. Okay, Mara said, decision. I packed faster than I thought I could. Work laptop into backpack, closed and powered down. Charger, my personal phone, wallet, keys. The printed lease packet I had been meaning to recycle somehow came along, because my hands grabbed the whole stack of papers under the laptop, and Mara had to pull it from me and say, "No, Evan, we are not bringing housing law into this." I exported the first email's original headers to a text file and saved it locally and to an encrypted drive. Then I hesitated. "Cloud?" Mara asked. "If the account is compromised, cloud is questionable." "USB." I opened the junk drawer. Batteries, twist ties, a screwdriver, 3 dead pens, the yellow Metro card. My fingers stopped. Mara noticed. "That the one?" It was cracked along one edge, expired years earlier, useless for transit. I had kept it because it was from my first month in New York, when I still thought a Metro card was proof I belonged here. It had been sitting in my desk drawer under takeout menus and old tax envelopes. I picked it up. On the back, in faded Sharpie, was a number I didn't remember writing. Not a phone number, too short, 6 digits. Mara leaned over. "Please tell me that was already there." "I don't know. That's becoming your catchphrase." I slipped it into my wallet because the email had told me to take it, and because not taking it now felt even stranger. That was the first misstep. I knew it as I did it. Following one instruction meant granting the sender authority. It meant letting whoever was behind this pull me by a thread. But leaving the card behind would have meant choosing ignorance on purpose, and I have never been good at that. Mara saw the decision and didn't argue. That worried me more than if she had. We shut down the apartment. Router unplugged. Work laptop sealed in my bag. Personal laptop left open on the table, disconnected from Wi-Fi, screen dark. Mara insisted on taking a photo of the apartment before we left. "For what?" I asked. "Baseline. That is either smart or paranoid. Both has kept many patients alive." In the hallway, the building smelled like wet coats, old wood, and someone's burnt toast. The lights were on timers and flickered awake as we passed each landing. My downstairs neighbor's door had a blue recycling bag propped against it, leaking the sour smell of beer bottles. Normal details. Stubbornly normal. Then Mara stopped on the second floor landing. "What?" I whispered. She pointed. The building's front door had a glass panel facing the vestibule. Through it below us, a man stood just inside the entrance. He was not doing anything theatrical. No mask, no weapon, navy jacket, gray slacks, phone in one hand, coffee in the other. He looked like every tired office commuter in Brooklyn, except he wasn't looking at his phone. He was looking up the stairwell at us. Mara moved first, stepping back out of sight. I followed too slowly and clipped my shoulder on the banister. Pain sparked down my arm. "Do you know him?" she whispered. "No." "Landlord?" "No." "Neighbor?" "No." The man below checked something on his phone. The front door buzzed as someone outside tried to get in, but he didn't open it. He stayed where he was. My phone vibrated. Signal. CALEB. Do not use front entrance if anyone is waiting. Back stairs to alley. I showed Mara. Her face went tight. How would Caleb know that? Maybe building camera. My next question is worse, so let's move. Our building did have back stairs. Technically, those stairs was generous. They were a narrow service route behind the laundry room that led to a metal door opening into the alley between buildings. Mostly, the super used it to drag trash bins out. Tenants used it when they were moving furniture, or avoiding eye contact. We climbed back up half a flight, crossed the hall, and pushed through the fire door. The stairwell was colder, concrete instead of wood, with exposed pipes and a single caged bulb on each landing. The sound changed immediately. Less city, more building guts, water ticking somewhere, a low fan thrum. Our footsteps came back at us flat and close. Mara kept one hand on the rail. Still think I should stay home. I think you should want to. I do want to. I'm just not doing it. The back door at the bottom had a push bar and a cheap alarm sticker, though I had never heard it alarm in my life. A mop bucket sat beside it, gray water trembling with each step we took down. The smell was bleach over mildew. I pushed the bar. Nothing. I pushed harder. The door didn't move. Locked, Mara asked. It's not supposed to lock from inside. She looked at the push bar, then at the frame. There's a chain. There was. A thick silver chain looped through the exterior handle, and a pipe bracket outside, visible through the little wired glass pane. Not a landlord's lock. Not building hardware. Someone had chained it from the alley side. A sound came from above us. The fire door opening. Mara and I froze. Footsteps entered the concrete stairwell. Slow, not running. A hand slid along the rail with a faint metallic scrape. Up or down, Mara mouthed. Down meant the chain door. Up meant whoever had just come in. The stairwell had no other exit until the laundry level above us. And from there, maybe a window, maybe a storage room, maybe nowhere. My phone vibrated again. I didn't look. The footsteps descended one flight. Mara grabbed my sleeve and pulled me into the recessed space beside the laundry room door. My backpack scraped the wall. Too loud, I winced. The footsteps stopped. A man's voice called down, calm and almost bored. Evan, I'm with building management. Need to talk for a second. Mara's grip tightened. Our landlord's name was Dennis. Building management never came before 8. Building management didn't know my name unless something was leaking. The man took another step. I looked around for anything useful. Laundry room. Door with a keypad that sometimes stuck. Mop bucket. Metal shelf with detergent bottles. A cracked plastic sign about dryer lint. Nothing heroic, nothing cinematic, just the equipment of people trying to keep a small building functional. I whispered, laundry room. Mara nodded. The keypad was old and gummy. I punched in the tenant code with fingers that suddenly felt too large. Wrong beep. Come on, Mara breathed. I tried again. Wrong beep. The footsteps resumed. Evan, the man said, closer now. Your company sent me. That sentence made everything inside me pull tight. I tried the code a third time, slower. Green light. The latch clicked. Mara yanked the door open, shoved me through, then slipped in after me and eased it shut just as the man rounded the landing. We stood in the laundry room, not breathing properly. The room was narrow and windowless, except for a small rectangular hopper window high on the far wall, cracked open for venting. 2 washers. 2 dryers. 1 folding table scarred with detergent rings. The overhead fluorescent buzzed like an insect trapped in plastic. The air was damp and warm and smelled of dryer sheets, lint, and old coins. The man tried the laundry door handle. Once, then again. Evan, he said through the door. This is getting stupid. Mara mouthed, do not answer. I didn't. My phone buzzed again and again, so sharply in my pocket that both of us flinched. Signal. CALEB. Why did your badge just ping at the front entrance? Caleb. Evan, answer me. CALEB. Someone is inside using your credential. A washer in the corner clicked as if settling. Mara read the messages over my hand. For once, she had no joke ready. From the stairwell, the man said, "Open the door." Then he added, softer, almost conversational, "You're going to miss your window." The time was 7:14. We had 16 minutes to reach the office by Caleb's deadline, 31 before the forced reset. A chained-back exit behind us, a stranger in the stairwell, and someone downstairs apparently using my badge as if I had already made the wrong choice. Mara looked up at the small vent window above the dryers. "No," I whispered. "Yes," she whispered back. "It opens into the alley." "Great. It's too small. For you, maybe, Mara." She was already dragging the folding table toward the wall, its metal legs shrieking softly against the tile. The stranger knocked once on the laundry room door. Not hard, patient. "I know she's in there with you," he said. Mara stopped moving for half a second. Then she climbed onto the table. Mara got one knee onto the dryer before I caught her by the back of her rain jacket. "Wait," I whispered. She looked down at me, hair slipping loose from her knot, one cheek flushed from the sudden climb. "For what?" "A better window." The man outside the laundry room door knocked again. 3 times now. Not angry, not hurried. That was worse. Anger would have made him easier to understand. "Evan," he said through the door, "you don't want this turning into a trespass issue." Mara stared at me. I stared at the door. "Trespass," she mouthed. The laundry room belonged to my building. My rent paid for the dryers that ate quarters and left socks wet at the heel. My name was on a lease upstairs. And still, hearing a stranger say the word in that flat official tone made some old, obedient part of me tense up, like I was standing in a principal's office with mud on my shoes. That was one of the traps I didn't see until later. People don't need badges if they sound enough like paperwork. The laundry room was at basement level, tucked under the back half of the building. If you came down from my apartment, you hit the service stairwell, then the laundry door on the left, then the chained alley exit straight ahead. The little vent window sat high on the rear wall, above the dryers, opening into the narrow alley between my building and the next one. From that alley, if we got out, we could cut south to State Street, then west toward the subway, or north toward Atlantic, where there would be more people and more cameras. That was the map in my head. In reality, the window was barely wider than Mara's shoulders. She pushed it open another 2 inches. Wet city air slid in, carrying the smell of old brick, trash bags, and rainwater sitting in metal gutters. The alley outside was gray and close, the opposite wall so near she could touch it if she leaned. "I can fit," she whispered. "You just worked 12 hours. I fit through worse spaces for worse reasons." When? Pediatric Supply Closet, 2021. Don't ask. The door handle rattled once. "Last chance," the man said. Mara moved before I could argue again. She braced one sneaker on the dryer, one hand on the window frame, and hauled herself up with a grunt that sounded too loud in the little room. The dryer's metal top buckled softly under her weight. I grabbed her calf to steady her. "Don't push," she hissed. "I'm not. You're pushing emotionally." She got her head and one shoulder through the window. Then she stopped. "What?" I whispered. "My bag." I slid it off her shoulder. The strap caught under her arm. She made a small sound of pain, more irritation than fear, but I saw the skin along her wrist scrape against the chipped metal frame. A bright line opened there. The knock came again, this time harder. I passed Mara's bag up first. She shoved it through ahead of her, exhaled, twisted, and disappeared into the alley with a wet thump. For 1 second, I stood alone in the laundry room. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead. A washing machine clicked. The stranger breathed on the other side of the door, close enough that I could hear the tiny shift of his shoe sole against concrete. Then Mara's face appeared in the window, pale in the gray light. "Backpack," she whispered. My backpack had the work laptop. The laptop had the thing Caleb wanted. The laptop was also heavier than it had any right to be, because corporate machines are built like evidence lockers. I climbed onto the folding table, and then the dryer. My shoulder throbbed where I had clipped the banister. Window frame was cold and gritty under my palms. I shoved the backpack through. Mara pulled. It stuck. The stranger hit the laundry room door with his palm. Not a knock, a warning. "Evan," he said, voice tighter now, "open the door." I pushed the backpack harder. The zipper teeth scraped against the frame. Something inside cracked. Maybe a charger. Maybe the cheap plastic case I kept USB drives in. Mara yanked from outside. The bag popped free, and the sudden loss of resistance sent me forward. My ribs hit the sill. Pain flashed white and dumb. I bit down on a noise and tasted coffee on my tongue. "Come on," Mara whispered. I tried. "That is not dramatic. That is the whole humiliating truth." I tried to fit through the window and couldn't. One shoulder went through, then my chest. Then the frame caught me just below the ribs. I exhaled until my lungs felt empty and pushed with my toes against the dryer. Nothing. Behind me, the laundry room keypad beeped. Once. Wrong code. The man was trying the door. I shoved harder, skin tearing somewhere along my side. The brick outside scraped my forearm. Mara grabbed both my wrists and pulled, her injured hand slipping. "Again," she said, "I'm stuck." "You're not stuck. You're badly shaped." "That is not motivational." The keypad beeped again. Wrong. I twisted, felt my ribs compress, felt a sharp scrape along my hip, and then I was through enough for gravity to finish the work. Mara stumbled backward as I spilled out into the alley on top of my backpack and a black trash bag that split under my knee. Rotten coffee grounds and rainwater soaked my jeans. The laundry room door opened behind us. Not fully, just enough for the man to curse when he saw the room empty. Mara grabbed my sleeve. "Move." We ran south down the alley, or what passed for running. The alley was a narrow slit between buildings, slick with rain and old grease from restaurant trash bins. Fire escapes zigzagged overhead. A broken plastic crate snapped under my shoe. Mara's bag bounced against her hip. My ribs hurt every time I inhaled too hard. Behind us, the laundry room window frame clanged as someone tried to shove it wider from inside. We hit State Street half a block down and came out between a laundromat and a closed nail salon, both shutters still down. Morning traffic moved wet and slow. A cyclist in a yellow poncho swore at a van. A woman walking a terrier glanced at us once, saw two adults looking panicked and filthy, and looked away with the fierce New York discipline of not adopting other people's emergencies. Subway, I said, which Hoyt Schermerhorn, or C to Canal, then walked to Soho. Mara checked her phone. That gets us there after 7:30. Cab, in this rain. City bike. She looked at my side, where my jacket had ridden up, and my shirt was smeared with alley grime and blood from the scrape near my ribs. You can barely breathe. Helpful. I am medically observing your stupidity. We turned west, moving fast along State. My phone buzzed hard enough that I nearly dropped it. Signal. CALEB. Badge ping is impossible. You have your badge. I slapped my coat pockets. Keys. Wallet. Phone. No badge. My stomach dropped. My badge was in the backpack pocket, I said. Mara stopped walking. We swung the backpack off my shoulder and tore open the front pocket under the awning of a deli that smelled like frying bacon and bleach. Charger. Old receipts. Gum wrapper. Company badge lanyard. No badge. Mara's face tightened. Laundry room. Maybe. Alley. Maybe. Apartment. No, I had it yesterday. Yesterday. Work. Office. Badge at the turnstile. Desk drawer. Yellow Metro card. My mind skidded. The email had told me to take the yellow Metro card if I still kept it in my desk drawer. But I had found it in my apartment junk drawer. I'd been so rattled I hadn't examined that. I had not moved that Metro card from my office to my apartment, not knowingly. Mara saw me go still. What? The Metro card shouldn't have been home. What does that mean? I don't know. Again with that. I took it out of my wallet. The yellow plastic was damp from my hands. 491,733. The numbers were faded but deliberate, written by someone with a fine tip marker. On the corner, below the black magnetic strip, was a faint indentation I hadn't noticed before, like it had been pressed against something raised. My phone buzzed again. CALEB. Get here without badge. Crosby loading door. Call box code 491,733. For half a second, the street sounds shrank around that number. Cars passing. Tires on wet asphalt. The deli doorbell jingling behind us. A delivery guy stacking crates of oranges. All of it kept happening, indifferent. Mara said, the card number. Yeah, so either Caleb knows about the card, or the sender knows the loading code, or both. That's not comforting. No, but it's a direction. First attempt. Escape the building quietly, preserve the laptop, reach Caleb by 7:30. Partial success. We escaped. Failure. Someone had my badge, knew our route, and Caleb's instructions now overlapped too neatly with the email. We cut toward Atlantic Avenue because there were more people there. My ribs sent a hard complaint with each step. Mara held her scraped wrist wrapped in a napkin from the deli. It had already bled through, a small red bloom in the paper. You need a bandage, I said. You need imaging. I'm not going to urgent care. I didn't suggest urgent care. I suggested you stop making noises like a kicked accordion. I am breathing normally. You are lying medically. We reached the corner near the subway entrance just as an ambulance screamed by Tord Flatbush, lights throwing red over wet windows. Mara looked after it automatically, nurse brain switching on. The siren bounced between buildings until it sounded like there were 3 of them. Then my phone rang. Unknown number. I let it ring once, twice. Mara shook her head. No, I answered anyway. That was the second misstep. Evan Mercer, a woman asked. Her voice was controlled and official, the kind that makes you check your posture even on a sidewalk. Yes, this is Denise Hart with People Operations. I need you to stay where you are. Mara mouthed, hang up. I didn't. Why? Because your badge has been used to access a restricted floor, and there is an active investigation involving your credentials. For your own protection, do not come to the office. Rain dotted the phone screen. I pressed it closer to my ear. How did you get this number? It's in your emergency contact profile. That is not for HR investigations. Evan, I understand you're upset. The line was clean. No office echo, no background chatter. She could have been in a quiet room, a car, anywhere. Am I accused of something? No one is using that word. That means yes. It means we need to locate you, secure your device, and prevent escalation. Mara grabbed my sleeve and pulled me away from the subway stairs as foot traffic pushed around us. Denise continued, Are you with anyone? I looked at Mara. Mara shook her head. No, I said, a tiny pause. Not enough to prove anything, enough to notice. Evan, Denise said, voice softer. I can help you if you cooperate. That almost worked. Not because I trusted her, because I wanted one adult in an authorized role to take this mess out of my hands. I wanted a procedure, a conference room, a signed chain of custody form, someone to say, Sit down, Mr. Mercer. We have this from here, my flaw again. My stupid little hunger for official paper. Mara took the phone from my hand and ended the call. Hey, no, she said. You can't just, I can, and I did. She might be legitimate. She might be. But Caleb said avoid her. Caleb might not be legitimate. Then nobody is. Keep walking. We went down the subway stairs. The station air hit warm and metallic, thick with brake dust and wet wool. Fluorescent lights flattened everyone's faces. A busker somewhere down the platform played 3 uneven notes on a saxophone and stopped, then started again from the beginning, like he kept forgetting the song. At the MetroCard machines, a man in a puffer jacket argued with the screen. 2 teenagers leaned against the tiled wall watching videos without headphones. A transit worker in an orange vest swept water away from the entrance with slow, defeated strokes. The whole place was too public for violence and too crowded for safety. We got through the turnstiles with tap to pay. I kept expecting the gate to reject my card, as if whatever had touched my email had spread into my bank account, my phone, the little invisible permissions that let a person move through a city. But the turnstile blinked green and let me pass. On the platform, I powered off my work phone completely. Mara noticed. Good, I should have done it earlier. Add it to the list. A train arrived, shrieking into the station with enough force to lift hair around my forehead. People flowed out first, then in. We squeezed into an A-train car with fogged windows and a floor slick with rain. The doors closed. For 2 stops, nothing happened. That was almost worse. Mara stood with one hand looped around the pole, her injured wrist tucked against her body. I had the backpack between my feet and one arm hooked through the strap. Across from us, an older man slept with his chin on his chest. A child in a red coat kicked the seat gently while his mother whispered, "Stop, stop, stop," in a rhythm that matched the train. My body started to register the morning all at once. The scrape on my ribs burned. My shoulder pulsed. My mouth tasted sour. My hands shook, so I shoved them into my pockets. "You okay?" Mara asked. "No." Good answer. "At what point do we go to the police?" She laughed once without humor. "And say what? My friend got emails from himself, and HR is maybe hunting him. We have evidence. We have screenshots and a laptop we can't safely open. Police have cyber units. Not at 7:20 in the morning on a moving train." She wasn't wrong. She also wasn't right enough to make me feel better. At Canal Street, we got off and moved with the crowd toward the exit. The platform smelled of hot brakes and damp concrete. A service announcement crackled overhead, words breaking apart into static. Then someone screamed. It came from behind us, sharp and sudden, and the crowd reacted the way crowds do when they don't yet know the shape of danger. Bodies tightened. Heads turned. Someone shoved into my back. Mara grabbed my arm. For one wild second, I thought the man from the stairwell had followed us onto the train. Then a gray rat shot across the platform, dragging a half-crushed paper bag behind it, the bag caught around its middle. The scream became laughter, irritated and embarrassed. A teenager filmed it. The rat disappeared under a bench. Misdirection. Stupid, real, almost funny. My knees still felt weak. Mara exhaled through her teeth. "I hate this city. You love this city. I contain multitudes." We climbed the stairs into Soho. The rain had thinned to mist. Canal Street was already loud. Trucks idling, brakes sighing, vendors rolling up gates. Someone power washing a storefront, so the smell of wet concrete mixed with coffee from a cart on the corner. Caleb's office was 8 blocks north and west, in a renovated cast iron building near Crosby and Grand. My company occupied floors 6 through 8, all glass conference rooms, exposed brick, and the kind of plants nobody touched because a service watered them at night. We were late. 7:32. My phone buzzed as we crossed Lafayette. Signal. "CALEB, where are you?" I typed, "ME, Canal, 5 min." No reply. Then another Gmail notification dropped down over the screen. From me subject, "Caleb won't be at Crosby." I stopped so abruptly a man behind me clipped my shoulder and cursed. Mara turned. "What?" I showed her. "Don't open it," she said. "We need to know. We need to stop taking instructions from the thing that is steering us into corners." That thing warned us about the survey, and about me, and the loading code, or it created the need for the loading code. My ribs hurt enough that arguing felt like work. I opened the email. He left the building at 7:19 through Mercer Street. If you go to Crosby, Denise's people get the laptop. Use the freight elevator at 80 grand. Ask for Raffi at the bodega if the side door is locked. You already forgot what happened last time you trusted HR. I read the last line twice. I had not told Mara that part, not fully. I had not written it down anywhere. I had not used the phrase trusted HR, but the breach at my old company had involved exactly that. HR had told staff not to escalate because legal was handling notifications, and I had accepted that as process instead of cowardice wrapped in stationery. Mara watched my face. "What does it say?" I handed her the phone. Her expression hardened at the last line. "Manipulative," she said. "Accurate. Those can overlap." Ahead of us, Crosby Street ran north-south, narrower than Broadway, damp cobblestone patches shining in the mist. Grand Street crossed it east-west. My office's main lobby was 1 block over, all clean glass and security turnstiles. The Crosby loading entrance sat behind the building near a recessed service bay. 80 grand, if I remembered right, was the adjacent property, connected by an interior freight corridor used by deliveries and building maintenance. The email had changed the route at the last second. Second attempt. Reach Caleb through the loading entrance. Partial success. We reached Soho with the laptop. Failure. Caleb might be gone, Denise might be waiting, and the alternate route came from the same impossible sender. Mara said, "Call Caleb." He said, "Don't call. Text." I typed, "Me, are you at Crosby?" The message stayed with 1 check mark. Sent, not delivered. Mara looked over my shoulder. Phone off, or no signal, or he's not in a position to answer. Or he's not real, I said. She gave me a look. I know he's real. I've had lunch with him. Great. Then we find the real Caleb. We ducked into the bodega at the corner of Grand, partly to get out of the mist, partly because the email had mentioned Raffi and the side door, and I hated myself for needing to test it. A bell jingled overhead. The bodega was narrow and bright, packed with the usual impossible inventory. Bananas hanging over lottery tickets, cleaning sprays beside cereal, cat food under phone chargers, a coffee station steaming in the back. The floor smelled of mop water and toasted rolls. Behind the counter stood Raffi hatted adult male, probably in his late 50s, with silver hair, a navy sweater vest, and a red thread bracelet on one wrist. I knew his name because a small plastic plaque near the register said RAFI, and because apparently the morning wanted to make every coincidence feel like a shove. He looked at us over the top of his glasses. "You two need napkins." Mara glanced down at herself. Allie grime on her pants, blood on her wrist, me breathing like I had lost a fight with a window. "Yes," she said, "and directions." I stepped closer. "Is there a side door to 80 grand? Raffi's face changed by a millimeter. Not enough for anyone else to notice. Enough for me. "Deliveries only," he said. "We need to reach building security. You go main lobby. We can't." Mara put her injured wrist on the counter, not theatrically, just visible. "Please." Raffi looked at the blood, then at my backpack, then at the street beyond the glass door. A black SUV idled at the curb across Grand, hazard lights blinking. Tinted windows. Could have been a car service. Could have been nothing. Could have been everything. Woman in a beige coat stood near it, looking at her phone. Raffi reached below the counter and pulled out a stack of brown napkins. "Back hallway," he said quietly. "Past drinks, door sticks. If anyone asks, you're lost." "Why are you helping us?" I asked. He slid the napkins toward Mara. "Because building people came in 10 minutes ago asking if a man with a black backpack came through. Real building people don't ask bodega men to do lobby work. He pointed toward the refrigerated drinks. Go. We went. Behind the drink coolers, half hidden by stacked seltzer cases, was a beige door with a dent near the knob. It opened into a short service hallway smelling of cardboard and onions. Another door waited at the end, metal, painted gray, with no sign. Mara pressed napkins to her wrist. This is how people die in movies. This isn't a movie. Then why is there a secret bodega hallway? I tried the handle. Locked. Mara looked back toward the shop. Now what? My phone buzzed. Not signal. Gmail. From me subject. 491,733 works here too. I stared at it. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. Beside the door was a keypad I hadn't noticed because it was the same dull gray as the wall. Mara saw it too. No, she said, we don't have another way. We have plenty of other ways. Main lobby, police, sidewalk, literally standing still and screaming. And hand the laptop to whoever has my badge. We don't know that they want the laptop. We know Caleb does. We don't know Caleb is there. Behind us, the bodega bell jingled. Rafi's voice floated down the aisle, too loud and friendly. Coffee, large or small, a man answered. Low voice, unclear words. Mara's eyes locked on mine. Point of no return was coming, but it hadn't arrived yet. There was still time to turn back, to run out onto Grand, to throw the laptop into a cab and call a lawyer. There was still time to choose the public version of danger instead of the private hallway. Then Rafi said louder, no bathroom for customers. Footsteps moved toward the drink coolers. I punched in 491,733. The keypad flashed green. The metal door clicked open. Mara swore under her breath. We slipped through and pulled it shut behind us just as someone entered the service hallway from the bodega side. The door locked with a heavy mechanical thunk. On the other side, a hand hit it once. We were in a freight corridor, long and windowless, running behind the connected buildings. Concrete floor, exposed pipes overhead, pallets stacked along one wall. At the far end, an elevator with scratched metal doors waited under a flickering light. My phone lost signal. No bars. Mara looked at the locked door behind us, then down the corridor ahead. Evan, she said, very quietly. What? She pointed to the freight elevator. The doors were already open. Inside, on the back wall, someone had taped a sheet of white printer paper at eye level. Big black marker. Mercer, bring laptop UP. Floor 6. No PHONES. The elevator lights hummed. Behind us, the locked hallway door shook once as someone tried the handle from the bodega side. Ahead of us, the freight elevator waited open like it had been expecting us all morning. There was no going back without opening the door to whoever had followed. So we stepped inside. The freight elevator doors shuttered closed like they had changed their mind halfway through. For 1 second, I thought they were going to reopen. I hoped they would. I hoped the whole building would spit us back into the service corridor, into the bodega, into Grand Street, into rain and traffic, and ordinary bad decisions. Instead, the elevator lurched upward. Mara stood beside me with her injured wrist pressed against her ribs, brown napkins already soaked through. My backpack hung from one shoulder, the company laptop inside it heavy enough to feel like contraband. The white printer paper taped to the elevator wall fluttered in the draft from the vent. Mercer, bring laptop UP. Floor 6. No PHONES. The elevator smelled like cardboard, machine oil, and old coffee. Somewhere behind the metal panels, cables groaned. The floor numbers did not light up one by one. There was only a small scratched display above the door, glowing a sickly green. Mara leaned close. When the doors open, we do not just walk into the middle of whatever this is. Agreed, you say that, but you keep walking into whatever this is. Fair, my phone showed no bars. Mara's had none either. The walls were thick enough, or the building had enough interference, that we were cut off from Caleb, Denise, the emails, the outside world. For the first time that morning, no device was telling me what to do. It should have been comforting. It was. The elevator slowed. The doors opened onto a hallway I recognized from deliveries and fire drills. The back service corridor of my company's 6th floor. It ran behind the kitchen, past storage closets, and the server-adjacent equipment room nobody called a server room because our actual infrastructure was in the cloud. And everyone liked saying that as if the cloud wasn't just somebody else's locked room. The lights were on motion sensors. They came up in sections, one after another, pale white bars flickering awake down the corridor. No people at first, just concrete floor, gray walls, metal doors with small signs. Supplies, janitorial, electrical, IT storage. At the far end, a door led to the office proper. Beyond it, faint through glass and drywall, I could hear the building waking up, elevators chiming, someone laughing too loudly near the kitchen, the soft churn of the HVAC system. Then the door marked IT storage opened. Caleb Ortiz stepped out. He looked worse than I had ever seen him. No Mets cap, shirt untucked under a company hoodie, a red mark on his cheek like he had slept face down on a keyboard, except he hadn't slept. His eyes snapped to the backpack first, then to Mara's wrist, then to me. "You brought her," he said. Mara lifted her bandaged hand. "Lovely to meet you in person, too." Caleb ignored that. "You were told not to." "By an email pretending to be me," I said. "Yeah." His mouth tightened. "That one may have been right." Mara took half a step forward. "Try again." Caleb looked at her properly then. "I'm not trying to be rude. I'm trying to keep the list of people who can be blamed for this short." He pulled us into IT storage and closed the door behind us. The room was small and overfilled. Spare monitors, keyboards in plastic sleeves, boxes of webcams, crates of old badge readers, coils of Ethernet cable hanging from wall hooks. A rack-mounted network switch blinked in the corner, green lights running in nervous patterns. It was too warm. Fan noise filled every pause. On a folding table sat an older company laptop, open and plugged into a docking station. Beside it were a badge reader, a paper coffee cup, and my company ID. My badge. I reached for it. Caleb slapped my hand away. "Don't touch it." "What the hell, Caleb? It's evidence." "It's mine." "Not since 4:13 this morning, apparently." Mara moved between us before either of us could raise our voices. "Explain. Fast." Caleb rubbed both hands over his face. Someone used Evan's admin token to create a temporary security exception for the survey campaign. It let a payload route through our internal survey vendor without the normal sandboxing. Not malware exactly, more like a credential harvester wrapped in a survey flow. The email from myself said the survey was cover, I said. It was. Move was the reporting plugin. Anyone who reported the survey through the standard button sent a sanitized copy to security and a different package to the attacker's server. The more responsible people were, the more telemetry they gave away. My old fear opened under me. Good employees following process. Clean reports. Wrong record, Mara said. How many people clicked? Too many. Caleb looked at me. But your account created the hole, Evan. That's the piece legal cares about. I didn't. I know. Do you? He pointed to the badge on the table. Because that pinged from the front entrance while you were in Brooklyn, and because this badge was logged into the 6th floor back reader at 6:02 a.m., and because you were stupid enough to tell me once that you keep a dead Metro card in your desk drawer as a New York emotional support object. Mara looked at me. You told him that. We had drinks. Caleb said, I wrote the loading code on the back after the fire drill last year because you kept forgetting which service door worked after hours. I felt the room tilt slightly, not from shock, from anger at myself. So the emails didn't come from 10 years later, Mara said. No, Caleb said. They came from someone who knew Evan well enough to sound like Evan, had access to old details, and wanted him moving exactly where they needed him. Then, who sent them? I asked. Caleb didn't answer immediately. The hallway outside thudded with a door closing. He lowered his voice. Denise. Mara gave a short, humorless laugh. Of course, HR. It's not just HR, Caleb said. Denise Hart used to run internal investigations at a benefits platform before we hired her. She knows people systems, emergency contacts, employee profiles, survey tools, disciplinary workflows. She doesn't need to break through the front door. She already has the keys everyone forgets are keys. I thought of her voice on the phone. Calm, concerned, professional enough to make panic feel impolite. Why? I asked. Because we were about to discover the vendor problem. Caleb tapped the old laptop. The survey vendor has been leaking response metadata for months. Not health answers. They're not that stupid. Timing, device fingerprints, location estimates, employee IDs, manager hierarchy. Enough to map who is stressed, who is leaving, who might whistleblow, who might be pressured. Mara's face tightened. That's illegal. Illegal-ish enough to bury. Denise approved the vendor renewal. Someone higher approved Denise. I flagged anomalies last week. This morning, the system suddenly says Evan created the exception. Then mandatory reset gets scheduled to wipe the local endpoint cache before compliance archive sync completes. You needed my laptop because it has the local logs, I said. It has your local logs, Caleb said. And maybe the token trace proving the exception wasn't created from your device. Maybe that's why we're here. A sharp chime came from the hallway, not a phone, the office PA system. A woman's voice came through the ceiling speakers, pleasant and slightly distorted. Good morning, everyone. We are conducting a routine facilities check on floor 6. Please remain in your assigned work areas while security completes the sweep. Mara whispered, That's her. Caleb nodded once. My chest tightened. How long until reset? He checked the laptop. 7 minutes. The room shrank. 7 minutes to prove I hadn't done it. 7 minutes before whatever local data remained got overwritten, rotated, sanitized, or disappeared into a report written by people who already knew the conclusion. Caleb grabbed my backpack and pulled out the work laptop. Battery. Charged. Good. He set it on the table, but didn't open it. Instead, he connected it to a short Ethernet cable running through a small forensic dock. Mara frowned. Should you be plugging it into anything? Not the network, Caleb said. This isolates storage and reads logs without booting the OS. You carry that around. I work here. That explains nothing. A knock hit the storage room door. All three of us froze. Caleb, Denise's voice called from the hallway. Warm, controlled. I know you're in there. Caleb whispered. Do not answer. Denise continued. Evan, if you're inside, this has gone far enough. You are entering restricted areas while under active review. That makes this harder to help you with. Mara looked at me and mouthed, don't. I didn't. Caleb's hands flew over the older laptop keyboard. Lines of log output scrolled across the screen. Timestamps, device IDs, file paths, error codes, the language of accountability if you caught it before someone edited the minutes. The storage room door handle moved. Locked. Denise sighed softly outside, almost with disappointment. Security, she said. Something heavy struck the door near the handle. Once. The frame jumped. Mara grabbed a metal keyboard tray from a shelf and jammed it under the door handle, bracing it against a stack of monitor boxes. It was absurd. It was what we had. Evan, Caleb said, password. For what? Your local keychain. I told him. He typed. The laptop spat back an error. Access denied. Key revoked. Caleb swore. What? I asked. They revoked your device key already. But the reset hasn't happened. That's not the reset. That's manual. Another impact hit the door. The keyboard tray screeched but held. Mara grunted and shoved a box of webcams against it with her hip. Less explaining, more fixing. Caleb yanked open a drawer and dumped out adapters. I need another auth factor, recovery token, printed emergency codes, anything. My phone has them. No signal, no network. They're in my password manager. Cloud. Yes, useless. The old hunger rose again. Procedure. Correct path. Authorized recovery. All the doors marked proper and all of them locked. Then Mara said, the Metro card. Caleb looked at her. What? The number got us in. That's just a door code. No, she said. He said it was in his desk drawer. The email said take it. Someone moved it to his apartment. Why move a dead Metro card unless the thing itself matters? I pulled the card from my wallet, yellow plastic. Faded black strip, Sharpie number. Caleb took it with 2 fingers, careful not to smudge anything, and turned it under the desk lamp. There's something stuck under the back film, he said. Another hit at the door. The lock plate bent inward. Mara stumbled back. Her scraped wrist slammed against the shelf, and she sucked air through her teeth. I grabbed her elbow. Mara, I'm fine. Don't waste the sentence. Caleb dug a utility knife from the drawer and peeled at the Metro card edge. The plastic split with a soft crack. Inside, between laminated layers, was a sliver of paper folded twice, no bigger than a fingernail. He unfolded it with shaking hands. 6 words and a string of characters. Break glass. EVAN offline route /9 KJ4417 Q Caleb stared. You paranoid son of a bitch. I didn't put that there. I did. You what? He typed the token before answering. Last year, after the vendor audit, you said we should have an offline break glass credential for compliance emergencies. I made one. You said hiding recovery material physically was a bad idea unless it was meaningless without context. So we split it. I kept the account name. You kept the token. I don't remember that. We were drunk. I don't get drunk enough to design access recovery. You absolutely do. The screen changed. Log bundle mounted. Caleb exhaled once. We're in. The door cracked around the latch. A male voice outside said, "Move back." Mara's face went pale but steady. That voice, stairwell. The man from my building was here. Of course he was. Caleb copied files to an encrypted external drive. Progress bar, 12%, 19. The PA chimed again overhead. Denise's voice sharpened now. Caleb, you are mishandling company evidence. Evan, you are endangering your position and your friend. Mara yelled, my position is anti-creep, thanks. I almost laughed. It came out as a cough that hurt my ribs. 37%. The door took another hit. The keyboard tray bent. Caleb said, I need 2 more minutes. We don't have 2 minutes, Mara said. I looked around the storage room, monitors, cables, badge readers. Can you make the system think I'm somewhere else? I asked. Caleb didn't look up. What? My badge. They used it to frame me. Can we make their record conflict with itself? His fingers paused for a half-second. Then he understood. No, he said. No time. Caleb, no clean way. I didn't ask clean. The door slammed again. One screw popped from the latch plate and pinged across the floor. Caleb grabbed my badge from the table and tossed it to me. Reader by the emergency stair door. End of corridor. Tap it 3 times in 10 seconds. It'll log a duplicate physical access event while the badge is already flagged in the restricted zone. That forces an access anomaly. Automated hold. It might pause the reset. It might also lock the floor down. Mara said, locking them out sounds good. Locking us in sounds less good, Caleb said, 59%. I took the badge. Mara grabbed my sleeve. No, I can do it. You can barely stand straight. You hold the door. She hated that. I saw it land. But she looked at the bending latch, the progress bar, Caleb's white-knuckled grip on the keyboard. Then she let go. Run ugly, she said. I opened the side door from IT storage into the smaller equipment alcove. It led to the service corridor beyond the main hall. If I turned left, 20 feet to the emergency stair door and the reader. I stepped out. The corridor was empty for exactly 1 breath. Then the man from my building came around the corner at the far end. Adult male, late 30s or early 40s, navy jacket, gray slacks, hair damp from the rain. Up close, he looked less like a thug and more like a consultant hired to ruin lives with a calm voice. He saw me and ran. I ran too, badly. My ribs lit up. My shoulder screamed. The badge slapped against my palm. 10 feet. The man shouted, "Stop, no one does." I hit the reader with the badge. Beep. Again, beep. Behind me, his shoes hammered the concrete. 3rd time. Red light. For 1 horrible second, nothing happened. Then every door in the corridor clicked. Not one, all of them. A building alarm began to pulse, low and mechanical. The man reached me just as I turned. He caught the back of my jacket and drove me into the wall beside the stair door. My cheek hit painted concrete. Pain popped behind my eye. The badge flew from my hand. He pinned my wrist between my shoulder blades. "Enough," he said, breathing hard. "You have no idea what you're protecting." I could hear myself making small sounds through my teeth. Embarrassing sounds. Human ones. The stair door beside us unlocked with a heavy clack. Not because of me. Because Mara hit him with a fire extinguisher. Not like in movies. Not a graceful swing. She came through the storage doorway, dragging the red cylinder by its handle, and slammed it low into the back of his knee. He shouted and folded sideways. I twisted free enough to fall rather than be held. Mara did not hit him in the head. She was a nurse. She knew what that could do. She hit his hand when he reached for me, then blasted the extinguisher into his face. White powder exploded in the corridor. The alarm kept pulsing. The man coughed and clawed at his eyes. Mara grabbed me under the arm and hauled. "Move, Evan. I'm moving. You are collapsing with direction." We stumbled back toward IT storage through the powder haze. Caleb yelled from inside, 94. The PA cut in and out with the alarm. Denise's voice came distorted now. "Security lockdown has been initiated. All employees remain." The storage room door finally burst inward from the hall side. A uniformed building guard stood there with a master key ring, Denise Hart behind him. Beige coat immaculate, hair smooth, face tense for the first time. She saw Mara meet Caleb, the laptop, the drive. Her mask cracked. "Do not transfer that," she snapped. There it was. Not concern, not HR softness. A command. Caleb stared at the progress bar. 98. The guard hesitated. He looked from Denise to us, taking in the powder, Mara's bleeding wrist, my scraped face, the man coughing on the floor behind us. Denise pointed. "Take the drive." The guard did not move. Mara stepped forward, extinguisher still in both hands. "Touch anyone and I will make this much louder," the guard said. "Ma'am, I'm not." "Take the drive," Denise said again. 100%. Caleb ripped the external drive free and shoved it into his sock. Not pocket, sock. It was so stupid and so perfect that for half a second no one reacted. Then Denise lunged. I had never seen an HR director lunge before. It looked wrong, like a teacher throwing a chair. She went straight for Caleb, nails catching his hoodie. He twisted away and fell backward into the monitor boxes. Cardboard collapsed. A monitor slid off the shelf and hit the floor with a flat plastic crack. Mara shoved me toward the open stair door. "Go, Caleb." Caleb kicked Denise's ankle. She went down hard on one knee, not a movie fall, a real one, sharp and ugly. She gasped. The guard finally stepped between them, hands up, saying, "Enough, enough, enough." The building alarm changed tone. Higher now. Fire alarm. Not because there was fire. Because Mara had discharged an extinguisher and triggered a sensor, or Caleb had tripped something, or the building decided powder in a service corridor meant evacuation. Whatever the reason, it worked. Office doors opened. People started spilling into the corridor. Employees in lanyards. Someone holding a laptop. Someone barefoot from the wellness room. A man from finance with a toothbrush in his mouth. Faces confused, irritated, then alarmed as they saw us. Denise looked at them. That was when she lost control. Not legally, not finally, but socially, which in an office is its own kind of collapse. Caleb, on the floor, pulled the drive from his sock and held it up. "Evidence package copied," he shouted over the alarm. "Local logs, badge anomalies, vendor payload records, HR override chain." Denise tried to seize it. The corridor went still in fragments, not silent, never silent. Alarm, coughing, HVAC, people muttering. But attention shifted. Denise stood, one hand on the shelf, face blotched red. "This man is under investigation," she said. "So investigate me," I said, my voice shook. I hated that. I said it anyway. Do it with the logs preserved. Do it with witnesses. Do it with police and counsel, and not some guy waiting in my apartment building. The man from my building, still coughing powder onto the floor, looked suddenly less official. Someone in the crowd lifted a phone and started recording. Denise saw that too. Caleb leaned against the table, breathing hard. "Reset paused by access anomaly," he said to me, almost laughing and almost crying. "You ugly ran good." Mara sat down abruptly on a crate. I turned. "Mara, just dizzy," she said, but her face had gone gray. Blood had run past the napkins and down to her fingers. Not a lot, enough. The morning had spent itself through her and finally sent the bill. I crouched beside her, and pain snapped through my ribs so hard I nearly fell. "Don't hover," she muttered. "You're bleeding. You're observant." The fire alarm strobed white against the gray walls. Employees moved toward the stairs under the guard's direction. Someone called 911. Someone else kept recording. Denise stood very still now, hands visible, smile gone. The man from my building sat against the wall with extinguisher powder in his hair, blinking and saying nothing. My phone caught signal near the open stairwell. It buzzed. Gmail. I knew before I looked. "From me subject, you got enough. Stop reading now." For once, I didn't open it. I looked at Mara, pale and furious on the crate. Caleb, shaking with the external drive clutched in his fist. Denise, watching me with a hatred too polished to look like rage. The scattered equipment, the broken monitor, the white powder hanging in the air like dust in an old attic. I powered the phone off. Not sleep, off. Then I sat on the floor beside Mara because my legs had started trembling, and pretending otherwise felt like another kind of lie. The alarm kept screaming, but underneath it, beneath the office chaos and the mechanical pulse, and the first distant sound of sirens rising from the street below, I heard Caleb say, very softly, "We have her." I wanted that to feel like victory. It didn't. It felt like proof that the trap had been real, and that someone had known exactly how to walk me into it. The first uniformed police officer who spoke to me asked if I had taken anything. Not whether I was hurt. Not whether I knew the man coughing extinguisher powder onto the service corridor floor. Not why an HR director was standing with one knee swelling through her beige slacks, while half the 6th floor filmed her on their phones. He looked at the backpack, the laptop, the badge on the floor, my scraped face. and Mara sitting on a crate with blood drying between her fingers. And he said, "Sir, did you remove company property from this office?" I stared at him for a second too long. Mara laughed. It wasn't a happy sound. It came out thin and sharp, like something had snapped inside her chest, and that was the noise it made. The officer turned toward her. "Ma'am, she's bleeding," I said. "I can see that. She needs medical attention." "So do you," Mara said, still laughing in that awful little way. "You look like you got rejected by a window." "I'm fine. You have powder in your eyebrow, and you're holding your ribs like they owe you rent." The fire alarm still pulsed above us. Office workers shuffled toward the stairs, some wrapped in jackets, some holding coffee cups like they had evacuated with the most important object they owned. The corridor smelled like electrical heat, fire extinguisher dust, wet clothing, and the coppery edge of blood from Mara's wrist. Somewhere farther down the hall, Denise Hart kept repeating, "I am the director of people operations," as if the title itself might become a locked door if she said it enough times. It didn't. By 8:05, the building lobby on Grand Street had become a place where normal systems tried to digest abnormal facts. Police took names. Building security rewound camera footage. Firefighters checked the corridor and told everyone with visible irritation that no, there was no fire. Paramedics led Mara to the back of an ambulance parked half on the curb, doors open to the misty morning. I followed because she told me not to, and because at that point, doing what Mara told me seemed less important than making sure she stayed upright. The paramedic who cleaned her wrist was Sophie Bell, 28, female, from Queens by way of Leeds, England, with a voice calm enough to sand down panic. She asked Mara what happened. Mara said, "Metal window frame." Sophie glanced at me, and him, same window, less successful. Sophie looked at my shirt, where blood and alley grime had stiffened near my ribs. "Lift. I'm okay." Everyone says that right before making paperwork worse. Mara pointed at me with her uninjured hand. "I like her." The scrape along my side wasn't deep, but it was long and ugly, a raw red line where the laundry room window had taken payment. My ribs weren't broken. Bruised, probably. My cheek was swelling where the man in the corridor had driven me into the wall. Mara needed 4 stitches at the base of her wrist, close enough to tendons that Sophie told her to stop flexing her hand just to prove she could. Mara obeyed for almost 30 seconds. Caleb came down 20 minutes later, escorted by 2 officers, and one very pale company lawyer I had seen only on all-hands calls. He still had white powder on his hoodie and a red line across his neck from Denise grabbing him. The external drive was not in his sock anymore. It was inside a clear evidence bag, labeled, signed across the seal, and being held by a detective who looked like he had not expected to start his morning with corporate espionage and a wellness survey. Caleb spotted us and raised one hand. Mara raised her bandaged wrist back, then winced. "Idiot," I said. "Witness intimidation," she muttered. The unidentified man from my building turned out not to be building management, not company security, and not anyone's consultant. His name was Grant Voss, 41, male, a private investigator licensed in New Jersey, but not New York. He had been hired through a third-party risk mitigation firm that Denise had used before. That phrase came from the police, then later from Caleb, then eventually from an email written by my company's outside counsel that used risk mitigation 8 times and stalking 0. Grant had my building address because HR had it. He had my photo because HR had it. He had known Mara's name because my emergency contact list had her from a surgery I'd had 2 years earlier, and because Denise had pulled the profile at 6:24 that morning, 2 minutes after the first email from me hit my phone. That was one of the first threads that tied her directly to the whole thing. Not enough by itself, never enough by itself, but enough to make her stop saying misunderstanding while standing in front of police. The emails were harder. They had come through my own account. That much was true. But they were not from 10 years later, and they were not from some mysterious future version of me with better posture and worse boundaries. The account had been accessed through an old app, token attached, to a discontinued email productivity service I had used in 2019. Back when I thought organizing my inbox could fix my life. The company had shut down, sold assets, and apparently left enough dusty authentication paths behind that someone with money, patience, and a flexible relationship with fraud could get very close to pretending to be me. Denise had not written the emails herself, or at least not all of them. That became clear later, in the careful way facts emerge when lawyers are near them. The phrasing had been generated from years of my own writing. Old Slack exports, compliance reports, support tickets, HR incident summaries from my previous employer, even personal messages I had sent through a work device during a stressful week I barely remembered. Whoever assembled the messages had trained them to sound like my worst self, precise, anxious, self-correcting, always one more detail away from certainty. I hated that more than I expected. The 10 years later part was just theater I had supplied in my own head. The sender never actually claimed to be future me. It only knew where to press. By noon, Mara and I were at New York Presbyterian Lower Manhattan, not because she wanted to be treated where she worked, but because Sophie had recognized the stubborn shape of her and said, "Hospital, or I write that you refused with diminished judgment due to fatigue." Mara said, "That's manipulative." Sophie said, "Yes," so we went. I sat in a vinyl chair beside Mara's exam bed while a resident checked her hand, then checked it again because Mara asked a question too technical to ignore. My ribs had been taped. My cheek had turned a dull purple. Every time someone wheeled a cart past the curtain, the rubber wheels clicked over the same seam in the floor. Tick-tick, pause, tick-tick. The sound lodged itself behind my eyes. Mara lay back with her bandaged wrist elevated and stared at the ceiling tiles. "You're doing the thing," she said. "What thing?" "Counting the ceiling holes instead of feeling anything." "I am not counting." "How many?" 212. She closed her eyes. "Jesus, Evan." I wanted to apologize again. I had already done it in the ambulance, in the lobby, on the way to the hospital, and once while she was getting stitches. Every version sounded thin. I'm sorry I opened the email. I'm sorry I brought you. I'm sorry I didn't send you home. I'm sorry someone used my life like a floor plan and you got cut walking through it. Mara had accepted none of them and all of them. Now she said, "You didn't make Denise do this." No, but I kept following instructions because they were accurate. Some of them. Enough. That's the trick. I looked at her. She opened her eyes. That's the whole trick. Tell the truth 3 times so the lie gets a ride. I didn't have anything clever to say to that. Caleb texted at 2:18 p.m. from a borrowed phone because his had been taken as evidence. CALEB, drive verified, reset pause held, outside counsel involved, FBI cyber referral likely. I'm suspended with pay, which is corporate for we're scared but not sorry. You alive? I showed Mara. She said, tell him you're alive but emotionally annoying. I typed, Emmy, alive. Mara says emotionally annoying. Thank you. A minute later, CALEB, accurate. Also tell Mara I owe her a fire extinguisher. Mara read that and smiled for the first time all day. It didn't last long. The legal aftermath did not happen like it does on TV. Nobody slapped cuffs on Denise in the hallway while employees applauded. There was no clean confession, no dramatic press conference by dinner. Denise was escorted out after a long private conversation with police, building security, and 2 lawyers who looked like they had been printed from the same template. Grant Voss was arrested on a narrower set of charges. First, harassment, unlawful surveillance, trespass-related issues, and assault connected to the corridor. Denise's side of it became slower, paper-heavy, and careful. But the company did preserve the logs. That mattered. Caleb's evidence package showed the 4:13 a.m. exception rule had been created from a virtual session tied to HR administrative tooling, not from my laptop or IP address. My badge had been cloned using a temporary visitor credential mapping. The survey vendor flow had been modified through an approval chain Denise could access. The mandatory reset had been scheduled under the language of endpoint hygiene, but timed just before the compliance archive sync. The official record, for once, showed the wrongness. I should have felt vindicated. Instead, I felt hollowed out by the effort of believing facts could save you only if you grabbed them before someone with authority swept the table clean. My company put me on administrative leave for 9 days. Paid, polite, for your well-being, and to allow the investigation to proceed without burden. That was the phrase in the email. I did not answer it. I read it 7 times, then called a lawyer. Her name was Rachel Stein, 46, female, an employment attorney in Manhattan with a dry voice and no patience for corporate softness. She was recommended by Mara's cousin, which meant I trusted her slightly more than I trusted the internet, and slightly less than Mara did. Rachel listened for 40 minutes without interrupting, except to ask dates, names, and whether I had retained copies. When I finished, she said, "First, stop speaking to anyone at the company without me. Second, don't delete anything. Third, your instinct to preserve headers probably saved you a very expensive year. I wanted that to make me proud. It made me tired. For the next week, ordinary life came back in the way water seeps under a door, not all at once. Quietly, annoyingly. My landlord, Dennis, changed the back door hardware after I sent him a photo of the chain. He acted offended that anyone had chained his building, as if the insult had been architectural. Mara went back to work with a splint and told everyone she cut herself, helping a friend move, which was technically true if you stretched the word move until it screamed. Caleb remained suspended with pay, then unsuspended with a new title that sounded like a promotion and an apology pretending not to be one. The survey vendor contract was terminated. Denise resigned before she could be fired, according to the company. According to Caleb, she was told resignation would look better during the investigation. According to Rachel, I should stop asking Caleb for updates over text because discovery was a thing, and I apparently had a gift for making lawyers sigh. Grant Voss's attorney claimed he believed he was conducting a lawful wellness check on an employee experiencing a mental health crisis. Mara read that line in the article and said, "I hope his socks are always wet." The article was small. Local business press. No photo of me. No mention of emails from myself 10 years later. Just health tech firm investigating internal data incident and employee metadata exposure. The kind of headline you scroll past while waiting for coffee. That bothered me too. Not because I wanted attention. Because the quieter language made the whole thing seem less violent than it was. No headline mentioned Mara crawling through the laundry room window. No headline mentioned my cheek against concrete. No headline mentioned Denise's voice over the PA system, asking everyone to remain calm while she tried to steal the record. 2 weeks later, I returned to my apartment. I had been staying on Mara's couch because she insisted, and because the first night back in my own place, I stood in the kitchen for 11 minutes listening to the radiator and imagining someone in the stairwell. But Mara had work. I had rent. Fear was not a lease break clause unless you could prove it in court. And Rachel said, "Please, do not make that joke to the landlord." So I came home. The apartment was exactly as I had left it, and not at all. The kettle sat on the stove. The blue dripper waited by the sink. My personal laptop was on the table where I had abandoned it, battery dead. The router was unplugged on the shelf. The jars above the sink still held rice, lentils, coffee, all the small evidence that I was a person who expected tomorrow to require breakfast. I plugged the router back in, then unplugged it again. Not yet. I made coffee without Wi-Fi. It tasted better than it should have. Outside, Atlantic Avenue groaned through evening traffic. Someone on the sidewalk laughed into a phone. Rainwater still stained the brick around the fire escape from the morning everything started, though of course it had rained since then. It would rain again. Cities are good at overriding. My phone stayed off for an hour, then 2. Then I turned it on because ordinary life requires surrender in little increments. Messages arrived in a clump. Mara asking if I had eaten. Caleb sending a photo of a Mets cap covered in extinguisher powder with the caption "Retired in honor." Rachel reminding me not to discuss the investigation with company employees, which probably included Caleb, which I chose not to examine. And Gmail No new messages from me. I opened the account in a browser, hands steady enough to annoy me. The final unopened email was still there. You got enough. Stop reading now. I had not opened it. During the investigation, Rachel advised me not to. Caleb advised me not to. Mara said, absolutely not, in the tone she used for patients who wanted to Google surgical complications. So I archived it. Not deleted, archived. I watched it vanish from the inbox and felt no relief at all. Then I opened account security, revoked every old app token, changed every password, replaced recovery codes, printed new ones, and put them in a bank safe deposit box, because apparently I had become that kind of man. I checked filters, forwarding, delegated access, login history, clean, clean, clean. That word used to comfort me. Now it just meant I hadn't found the dirt. Before bed, I washed the mug, wiped the counter, and stood in the kitchen listening to the small clicks of the cooling pipes. My cheek had faded yellow at the edges. My ribs still hurt when I coughed. There was a thin scab along my side, exactly the width of the laundry room window frame. At 10:43 p.m., Mara texted, "Mara, eat something that isn't coffee." I replied, "Me, coffee is a bean." Mara, blocked. Me, soup. Mara, acceptable. Send proof. I made canned tomato soup and sent her a photo. She responded with a thumbs up and a threat to come over if she saw the same bowl in the sink tomorrow. That was almost ordinary. That was the frightening part, how close ordinary sits to everything else. At 11:16, I was shutting down the laptop when a Gmail notification appeared in the corner of the screen. For 1 second, I stopped breathing properly. It was from myself. Subject line, calendar reminder, dentist appointment tomorrow. I stared at it until the timestamp made sense. I had set that reminder 6 months ago. It was real, stupidly, beautifully real. I laughed once, then put my face in my hands until the laugh turned into something else. I did go to the dentist the next day. I rode the train. I tapped my card. I sat under fluorescent lights while someone scraped plaque from my molars and asked if I had been flossing. I said yes, which was a lie, and the hygienist knew but let me have it. Afterward, I walked home through Brooklyn with half my mouth numb, carrying a plastic bag with a toothbrush and travel floss. At the corner near my building, I saw a black SUV idling across the street. Tinted windows, hazard lights on. My body reacted before my mind did. Shoulders tight, pulse up, hand on phone. I stood under the deli awning and watched. The driver got out. Middle-aged woman. Delivery app sticker on her windshield. She carried 2 grocery bags to the building next door and came back scratching her head in the drizzle. Nothing. A car. A person doing a job. I waited until she drove away anyway. Inside my apartment, the inbox was empty except for newsletters, receipts, and the daily sediment of being alive online. No messages from the future. No warnings. No instructions. But that night, after I brushed my teeth and checked the stove once, twice, and then a third time because healing is not linear, I opened Gmail and searched my own name. Hundreds of results. Emails I had sent myself over years. Grocery lists. draft ideas, tax reminders, photos, password hints I should never have written down. Little fragments of older Evans, each one confident that the next version of me would understand. Near the bottom of the first page, I found one message from 2016 with no subject. I didn't remember it. I opened it. It was a note I had sent myself during my first month in New York, probably drunk, probably lonely, definitely trying too hard to sound profound. Don't let this place make you so careful you stop trusting people. That was all. No threat. No code. No hidden attachment. Just younger me, 10 years closer than I wanted him to be, leaving advice I had managed to ignore almost perfectly. I sat there for a long time. Then I forwarded it to Mara. She replied 2 minutes later. Mara, finally. A useful email from you. I smiled. Not because things were fine. They weren't. Denise still had lawyers. The company still had statements to issue and blame to distribute. Some unknown number of employees had their metadata exposed because wellness, like security, is a word people can use to make surveillance sound kind. Grant Voss still claimed he thought I was unstable. Caleb still woke up at 3 a.m. to check audit logs, or so he admitted once, and then pretended he hadn't. And I still flinched when my own name appeared in my inbox. But the kettle worked. The lock had been changed. Mara's stitches came out clean. Caleb's evidence held. The official record, for once, did not erase us. At 12:03 a.m., I closed the laptop. The apartment settled around me with its ordinary noises: radiator tick, fridge hum, a truck passing below, rain beginning again against the window unit. Just before sleep, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. I didn't reach for it, not right away. I let it buzz once more, then stop. In the morning, it was only a pharmacy coupon. I deleted it after checking the sender headers. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare.